Like,
Good morning, dear participant and expert. My name is Dr. Neetu Yadav, and I am honored to be here today as an assistant professor in the Department of Home Science at Swami Vivekanand Shubhardi University. With a passion for understanding the intricate relationship between psychology and food, I am delighted to be a part of this conference. Welcome to our conference on the psychology of food, understanding the emotional and psychological aspect of eating. We are excited to have you here as we explore the fascinating connection between our mind and what we eat. Have you ever wondered why we crave certain foods or why we turn to food for comfort in times of stress? The answer lies in the psychology behind our eating habits. This conference is all about unraveling the secrets of how our emotions, memories, and social factors influence our relationship with foods. Throughout this conference, we will have the opportunity to learn from experts in the field who will share their knowledge and research findings. We will delve into topics such as emotional eating, the impact of our surroundings on our food choices, and how mindfulness can help us develop a healthier relationship with what we eat. By understanding the psychology of food, we can make better informed decisions and improve our overall well-being. This conference is a chance for professionals from various fields such as psychology, nutrition, and healthcare to come together, exchange ideas, and collaborate on findings effective way to promote healthy eating habits. We invite you to join us on this exciting journey of discovery. Let's explore the intricate connection between our mind and what we eat and work toward empowering individuals to make mindful and balanced choices about their food. Thank you. Our next participant is Dr. Rani Tiwari.
Thank you,
Yes,
Neetu ma'am. Good morning, everyone. The topic of my presentation for today is Significance of Vegetarianism in Buddhist Spiritual Life. Buddhism is a guide to humanity for enlightenment. It lights the right attitude and actions which are essential to move on the path of salvation. The teachings of Buddhism represent a way of life. It answers the fundamental question which the seeker of truth encounters within or in the world. Buddha spoke of, I quote, abstinence from destroying life, unquote. We have connection with inner essence. Spirituality is concerned with discovering our own inner side. But along with it, it is an extension of having love and concern for the entire creation. The path to spirituality brings us close to our true self, which is one with God. There is life in every being. An awakened soul has gentle outlook towards all forms of life. This realization turns many to a vegetarian diet. Plant food is enough for our upkeep. Vegetarian diet complements meditation. The most compassionate diet is vegetarian diet. It involves the least amount of destruction to life. It helps progress in meditation and it helps the Buddhist practitioners to follow it. There have been great people who have opted for vegetarianism in the past. For example, the artist like Leonardo da Vinci, the scientist like Sir Isaac Newton, the humanitarian like Mahatma Gandhi. We have accountability of action. A spiritual basis of vegetarianism is not to take the life of another living creature. We are morally responsible for an action that is intentional. Not only a person who kills, but also who causes killing by creating the supply of meat is responsible for the act of killing. The Buddhist monk Pabonka Rinpoche says, I quote, the slaughterer, the slaughterers, and the person who made him do it each commit the sin of taking a life. Unquote. Accountability of action. A spiritual basis of vegetarianism is not to take the life of living creatures. Vegetarianism improves Buddhist spiritual life in many ways. Meditation requires stillness. For stillness, we need to be calm. If we take food which suffered pain in slaughterhouses, it is going to adversely affect our physical, emotional, and spiritual consciousness. Buddhists need to lead a life of compassion and nonviolence. With this, they get peace and serenity. It is vegetarianism which will provide ultimate treasure. Vegetarian diet makes us alert and enlightened. For spiritual growth, one must follow vegetarian diet. Non-violence and non-injury is the central ethic of Buddhism. One on the path of Buddhist spirituality must strictly follow a vegetarian diet. Thank you very much.
हो गया presentation. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable knowledge and
Thanks for
present your paper. Dr. Manisha is here. Dr. Roshni Pal. Hmm. Our next participant is Dr. K. Roshni Bala. Ma'am,
Yes, I am here.
good morning, ma'am,
Good morning, good morning.
and good welcome to this conference, ma'am. Ma'am, please present the paper here.
Okay, I'll try to. Okay.
Hmm. Dr. Roshni Bala, ma'am, if you have some problem, we can connect another participant. Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay, your slide is visible here.
I can you see my slide? Can you
Ma'am,
see my slide?
ma'am, you have shared your screen.
Okay, please wait 1 minute. Can you see my slide?
Ma'am, you have shared your all screen, not your presentation.
Okay, I'll try once again, please. Can you see my slide?
Yes, ma'am. Your slide is
You,
visible here.
okay, okay. Can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay, I'll start. Thank you, Nitu Madam. Good morning to all respected organizing teams of today's national seminar. I myself, Dr. K. Rosnibala Devi, Assistant Professor and Head Department of Home Science, Standard College, Manipur. The title of my today's presentation is on a study on medicinal value of locally available herbs commonly used in Manipur. It is a reviewed paper. Manipur is a landlocked state with rich flora and fauna, and it is situated in northeastern corner of India. It covers 22,327 square kilometer, of which the Central Valley constitute only 8.25% and hill covers 91.75. It is rich in biological and cultural diversity. Diverse ethnic communities such as Meitei Muslim, scheduled tribes, scheduled castes, and other unspecific tribes have made Manipur their homeland since time immemorial. More than 60% of geographical area under forest, and almost all ethnic groups directly or indirectly depend upon the natural resources. Herbs plays an important role in treatment and prevention of diseases as well as in overall immune boosting of the body. It used in different forms and extract in fighting against from several diseases. More than 1,200 species available in the state of Manipur and also became essential ingredients in daily food items of the local people, which might have increased their average lifespan as compared to other regions. The Meitei community typically grows herbs in kitchen garden at home or obtained from the local markets. Therefore, the herb plants are very seasonal. So, Manipur can be considered a place rich in medicinal plants, and many plants of the place have high medicinal value. The material and methods material of this review paper are collected from different books, research papers, previous dissertations, internet, etc. Discussion in this discussion, I include 18 commonly herbs vegetable used in Manipur to throw light on the medicinal value of these plants are listed along with their name, family name, local name in different languages, their characteristics, use in food habits, and medicinal value. This is in Manipur. This is called Awa Fadigom. In scientific name, Eryngium foetidum. In English, it is called Eringo. It is commonly grown in most wetland. The traditional medicine in tropical regions for use in burn, earache, fever, hypertension, constipation, asthma, stomach ache, etc. It is used to reduce, and it is in anti-inflammatory, etc. Then another herbs is Amaranthus viridis. In Manipur, this is called Chankrok. In English, amaranth. It is a tender, erect wild herb commonly found in valley area. Leaves is taken as health improver. This herb is help to reduce fever, asthma, diabetic, dysentery, urinary disorder, liver disorder, eye disorder. Leaves are emollient used as a tonic and cooling snake bite. Excuse me, Ritu ma'am, can you see my slide?
Yes, ma'am. We can see your slide.
Okay, thank you. Auricularia delicata. In Manipur, this is called uchina. In English, it is called wood-loving fungus. This medicinal value of this plant, this help to reduce diabetic constipation, gastrointestinal, and liver diseases, etc. Then another herb's name is Alpina galenga. In Manipur, that is called kangu. In English, it is called Greater galangal. This is a rhizomatous herb commonly grown in marshes. Rhizomes are orange-brown color, aromatic, taste in bitter, and used as spices. They are stimulant used to regulate blood circulation. Bronchial cata, it is anti-tubercellular. Seeds are used as colic, diarrhea, and vomiting. Then another herb's name, Elecosia microrhiza. In Manipur, hongu. In English, giant taro. This is called giant taro in English. The medicinal value of this herb is it contains vitamin E for age-related eye diseases, reduce pigmentation, fine line, wrinkles, acne, and pimples, eliminate risks of cancer, then lower cortisol level that cause stress. It contains high magnesium, so magnesium prevents the irregular heartbeats, heart damage, and muscle stress. Then another herb name is Alpina nigra. In Manipur, that is called pulai. In English, black galangal. The medicinal the value, it is effective against well-transmitted helminths, regimes used in gout and colic. Then another herb name is Adantoda Bishaka. In Manipur, that is called Nomanka Angoba. In English, Malvar nut. The medicinal value of this plant, this leaf is used to prevent from jaundice, asthma, muscular pain, rheumatic problems. Then the vapor for bronchial congestion, paste of root applied on abdomen and vagina for smooth childbirth. Then another uh, herb's name is Allium hokri in Manipur, that is called Maroi napakpi. In English, it is called winter lake. It is used to reduce excessive body temperature, vertigo, reducing blood sugar, and stomach ulcer. Then another uh, herb's name is Uriel ferox in Manipur, that is called Tangjing, and in English name foxnut. The medicinal value of this herb contain antioxidant, spermatogenic, etc., improve physical strength, increase stamina, and help to manage diabetic and other diseases, increase sperm count, and improve quality of spermatozoa, beneficial for women suffering from heavy bleeding and infertility. Then another name is Alocasia indica in Manipur, that is called Yendem. In English, this is called Indian Malayan taro. Cook Petiole purified bloods, Petiole decoction reduce dizziness, Chrome is laxative and diuretic, while lips are uh, step, septic and astringent. Tuber is useful in piles, constipation, etc. Hortiania cordata in Manipur, that is called toning cork. In English, fish mint, fish leaf, rainbow plant, heart leaf, fishwort, and Chinese lizard tail. During COVID-19, these herbs are used to boost immune system. Leaves are used in dysentery, measles, eye and skin troubles. Excessive consumption causes sterility. Leaf juice is used to cholera, skin infection, and stomach disorder. Hibiscus cannabinus in Manipur, that is called sogri in English, canap. The medicinal value of these leaves is very beneficial and popular to in Manipur, especially for Manipuri women folk. It helps to prevent dandruff, hair fall, etc. Then it also helps to control blood disorder, throat disorder, etc. Then another Portulaca orele, Olilacea in Manipur, that is called Leipakundo. In English, it is hawkweed or parsley. The medicinal value of this neuroprotective, antimicrobial, anti-diabetic, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer activity, etc. Centella asiatica in Manipur, that is called Peruk, in English Asiatic pennywort. It helps to it is curative in disorder that exhibit intestinal inflammation, cellular proliferation in any part. Consider reputation in leprosy and lupus, tuberculosis, prevention of hair falls and baldness. Then Sagittaria sagittarifolia in Manipur, that is called Kaukha, in English arrowhead, useful in written, placenta and skin disease, sore throat and inflammation of breast. Sterelia media in Manipur, that is called Yerum Kairum, in English chickweed. Remedy, the medicinal value of this herb, remedy to treat itchy skin condition, pulmonary disease, prescribed for iron deficiency diseases, anemia, as well as for skin diseases, bronchitis, rheumatic pain, arthritis, and parrot pain. I would like to conclude with these few words. There are lots of medicinal plants in Manipur which can help people live a naturally wholesome life, including them in our life. Daily lives can support our living in nutritious way. More plant and scientific researches are required for such plants which have been engaging with from old time. More knowledge and awareness regarding this ethnomedicine is the only way to conserve and ensure sustainable cultivation and utilization of this local medicinal plant. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank
Our
you.
next participant is Dr. Yashi Gupta. Dr. Yashi Gupta, am I audible to you? Dr. Yashi Gupta, am I audible to you? Next. Next. Uh, Due to some technical issue, Dr. Yashi Gupta is not able to present here. Our next participant is Chaya Pandey. Am I audible to you, Ms. Chaya Pandey? Our next participant is Aarti Vajpayee. Aarti Vajpayee, are you ready for presentation? एक second, क्या मुझे remove- Here is some technical issue. Please wait for some time. Our honorable speaker is Dr. Sunayan ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible to you? मैम आपकी आवाज़ नहीं आ रही है, मे बी वहाँ पे कोई टेक्निकल इशू है. No issue, ma'am. We will connect you after some time. We are going to connect another participant. Our next participant is Miss Suman Kushwaha. Am I audible to you, Miss Suman Kushwaha? Suman Kushwaha, are you ready for presentation? मुझे Ma'am, please start your presentation.
मैम की आवाज़ नहीं आ रही। बोल देना आपको।
मैम मे बी वहाँ पे टेक्निकल इशू है, आपकी वॉइस नहीं आ रही है। हम्म हम्म। Dr. Iram, ma'am, am I audible to you?
Yes, I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, are you ready for your presentation?
Yeah, did it just give me 5 minutes?
Okay, ma'am. Iram, ma'am, are you ready? Iram, ma'am, are you ready for your presentation?
I'm
Not visible here.
to
I think there is some
speak. No, okay, thank you. Am I not visible?
Ma'am, your voice is not clear. Am I audible to you, ma'am? Hello.
Now my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible. You can start your presentation, ma'am.
Okay, just wait. I'm not able to change my slide. Can I share it once again?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. म्यूट 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 करिए मुझे. After Adam, ma'am, our next participant will be Dr. Khushbu Gupta, ma'am. Please ready for your presentation. Adam, ma'am, am I audible to you? Adam, ma'am, please unmute your mic. Adam, ma'am, आप मुझे सुन पा रही हैं?
Yeah. My screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
Okay. Okay, should I start?
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Okay. So, good morning to all of you. Myself, Dr. Rena Muslim. I am assistant professor in AMU Aligarh Muslim University. I did my research on this topic, and this paper has been taken from my research work. So, the topic of my presentation is association between food preferences and mood among adolescents. These are the content. Am I visible? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Dr. Adam, ma'am,
Am
आप
I
मुझे सुन पा?
audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. You can continue your presentation, ma'am. मैम आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are
जी आपकी
audible.
आवाज आ रही है मेरी आवाज आ रही है Okay, thank you. Okay, so the first slide is about the content. These are the content of my paper, the introduction, significance of the study, objective, hypothesis, methodology, and results discussion, conclusion, and limitations. What is food preferences? Food preferences mainly defined as the comparison between two or more foods, which leads to choice. And it is a selection of a particular food over another. Food preferences is an outcome of a complex relationship between biological tendency and the environmental effects. So food preferences mainly developed and it begins even before birth, and the likes and dislikes changes as we grow into adults. Now, fast food preferences, according to Habib, refers to the fast food as the food that are quickly prepared and are sold at a reasonable prices, which are easily obtainable as the alternative to homemade food. Particularly, fast food is related to an increase of energy intake, fast and saturated fat, which may expand the risk of the overweight and obesity. Now, adolescents' food preferences. According to WHO, who has defined the adolescence as the period of human growth and development that occurs after childhood and before adulthood, ages 10 to 19 years. Adolescents like to make their own food choices, purchases, and also want to prepare their own food while the parent can set a good examples. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am,
Am
you
I
are.
audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Please
Okay,
continue your
okay, okay.
presentation.
Okay, food preferences in Indian scenario. The frequent consumption of the fast food is unhealthy and puts the consumer at the risk of developing obesity, weight increase, type 2 diabetes, heart and artery diseases. However, the consumption of more vegetables, fruits, and grains help to reduce the risk which is associated with the high intake of fast food product. In Chennai school, the Madras findings reveal that the 90% of the student really rarely eat fruits, while 50% do not want to eat vegetables. So in statics places India the 10th place in fast food per capita spending figures with 2.1% of expenditure of annual total spending. There are some studies that had been conducted for the ethics of the food preference in US university. So there are different kind of a food that American foods are liked by 90% and 6% says the neutral, 1% only dislike the American food. Same is for Italian, Mexican, Chinese, French, Thai, Indian, and Middle Eastern. Now, there are some factors that influences the food preferences, like the biological factors, hunger, attractiveness, variety, and taste, economic and physical factors like busy schedule, quick services, convenience, awareness of healthy eating, social factors like TV advertisement, peer group, parental control, family food habits, psychological factor, mood, dieting practices, demographic factors like age, gender, religion, socioeconomic. Now, when we talk about the mood, the Hippocrates, that the first who proposed the healing power of the food, however, it was not until the medieval times, and that food was considered a tool to change the temperament of and mood. Today, it is perceived that the influences of a mood, that mood has a solid impact on our food preferences. Now, the significance of the study is that the present cross-sectional study is an attempt to carry out in-depth of analysis to study the food preferences and association between the food preferences and mood among adolescents for 11 to 16 years from the different schools of Aligarh city. This type of study is essential for gaining an understanding of adolescent of food preferences. It also help to plan a realistic curriculum suitable to the needs of the Aligarh children. The study also helped the parent to make wise decision. Now, the objective is to study the association between food preferences and the mood among adolescents. Hypothesis is there exists no significant association between food preferences and mood. Methodology. The sample size was 400 and it was divided into four zones in Aligarh. And the method was taking stratified random sampling. Selection criteria are given here. Statistical analysis to assess the food preferences, frequency, and proportion were used. Chi-square test was applied. Spearman correlation coefficient was used to identify the association between food preferences and mood at the level of 0.05 to 0.001 level of significance. Now, the composition of the population, there are 400 of adolescent was taking, from which 200 was boys and 200 was girls between the age of 11 to 16 years. Distribution of adolescent according to dietary habits, it was shown that majority of boys, that is 50%, are non-vegetarian, and only 49%, 51% of girls are vegetarian. Distribution of adolescent according to meal time, there that is 58% when we talk about total adolescent, 58% were taking three times a meal in a day. Now we talk about the distribution of food preferences among adolescent and their differences on the gender basis. So the present studies shows and indicates that majority of the adolescent, that is 49%, preferred the fast food 1 to 2 times per week, and only 11% preferred them daily. And statistically significant differences in fast food preferences among adolescents and boys are shown here. Similarly, for cereals, pulses, vegetables, fruits, meat and meat product, milk and milk products, sugar products, nuts, it was found that majority of the adolescent preferred fruit and pulses 1 to 2 times per week, while meat and meat products were preferred, majority preferred, 60% of preferred them monthly, and only 4.8 preferred meat and meat products daily. And significant differences was found in meat and meat product preferences between boys and girls. Now, showing the association between food preferences and the mood among adolescents. For showing this, we had uses the Spearman correlation coefficient. So the present table shows that the association between food preferences and mood analyzed the Spearman correlation coefficient at the level of 0.05. So the correlation coefficient of mood was found to be positively correlated with the fast food preferences and is moderately significant. And meat and meat products preferences shows the moderately significant. So statically, we found that fast food and meat product preferences showed the positive correlation with the mood, and it shows the association between the food preferences of fast food and meat products with the mood. So whereas there are no significant correlation was found between the other food groups like cereal, pulses, vegetable, fruits, milk and milk products, sugar products, nuts with the mood of adolescents. So it may be due to the nature of the food influences the mood of adolescent. Here are the discussion. So the result of the study indicates that adolescents prefer more fast food as compared to vegetables, fruits, milk and milk products, pulses, cereals, as revealed in other studies also. So the present study shows that the boys prefer for fast food preferences for fast food, pulses, meat product, milk product, sugar product, and nuts product more as compared to girls, which was also supported by the study conducted by Johnson and Kingfish. The observation of the present study revealed that adolescent food preferences were influenced by mood of the teenagers. A study conducted by other also revealed that the nature of the food influences the mood of man. This supported the present study findings. The reason behind of the mood influences the food preferences is because there was an hormone that is known as the serotonin in the brain that reflects the positively the human mood. Some foods add to raising the hormone serotonin, and which keeps the energy balance in the body. For example, fish rich in omega-3, chocolate, and foods high in whole grains and legumes. Conclusion. So everyday human beings are facing many food preferences and makes numerous decisions on what food to be consumed based on criteria. So selection of the food is a complex process in which food is selected over another, and it is a long process involving number of factors. The present studies shows that food preferences are strongly associated with the food consumption, and the hypothesis was rejected as there is the significant correlation between these preferences and mood of the person, because today it is perceived that food influence our mood and that mood has a solid impact on our food preferences. Hence, food selection has a qualitative relationship to the amount of the food consumption and may greatly affect the nutrient intake. So, healthy food preferences and eating habits are not essential only for physical and mental growth. Active participation in school, but it also prevents them for the chronic from the chronic diseases. Here are some limitations we can take, and other factors also in our study. Some suggestions also that school and colleges should organize the specific health education programs, dietary guidelines, and effective public awareness campaigning. School should include health and nutrition as a subject in their school curriculum. Make nutritious food tastier, attractive, and convenient, and easily available at school outlets. And parent teach and motivate their children to eat nutrition and the healthy food when they are here. These are the references. Thank you so much. Stay healthy, eat healthy, and stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation. Our next participant is Dr. Khushbu Gupta, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am. Am I
Ma'am, please.
audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. And your PPT is visible here, ma'am. You can start your presentation.
Okay. Respected panel members and dignitaries, a very good morning to all of you. Myself, Dr. Khushbu Gupta, working as Assistant Professor in a college of Lakshmangarh, Rajasthan. My presentation topic is coping mechanism for emotional eating. Emotional eating is itself a coping mechanism where individuals turn to food in response to their emotions. It often involves a craving for specific foods that provide a sense of comfort. Typically, these foods are high in carbohydrates and fats. Mostly, they are sweets or junk foods. These foods may trigger the release of feel good chemicals like dopamine in brain. Now, the factors affecting emotional eatings. Emotional regulation, past experiences, and body image are the major psychological factors that may lead individual to seek comfort from food. Neurotransmitters like dopamine and stress hormones positively influences emotional eating by providing temporarily symptomatic relief. Both cultural attitudes toward food and childhood experiences, family traditions can influence the person's relationship with food. Due to advertising and marketing strategies, highly palatable and energy dense foods are easily accessible by any person. Due to distractions like TV and mobile, people lack the awareness about his her hunger and satiety, and they can overeat during the distressful conditions. Personality traits like impulsivity and perfectionism lead to higher stress levels and trigger emotional eating. Lack of familial and social support and knowledge of alternative coping strategies can lead individuals to emotional eating. Menstrual cycle is the main cause that can lead to emotional eating in women. Nutritional deficiencies, those are involved in mood regulation, may lead a person to emotional eating. Now, what are the harmful effects of emotional eating? Excess calorie intake and chronic overeating ultimately lead to weight gain. Poor food choices cause vitamins and mineral deficiencies that are crucial for overall health and development of a person. Chronic intake of unhealthy food may contribute to metabolic issues and cardiovascular related problems, deteriorating the physical health of a person. Guilt and shame of overeating may worsen the mental health of a person and negatively affect the psychological conditions. Negative reinforcement and reduced emotional resistance, making it challenging to break down the cycle of emotional eating. Due to unhealthy association between specific emotions and loss of intuitive eating, it is very difficult to make a balanced and mindful eating. Emotional eating cause social isolation, social withdrawal, and negative impact on family dynamics. Consuming large amount of food at bedtime negatively affect the sleep pattern and sleep quality of an individual. Comfort foods are mostly processed foods, thus, their regular consumption strains the financial budget. Breaking the cycle of emotional eating is very challenging, making it difficult to adapt. Fluctuation in energy levels affect daily productivity of a person. So it is very challenging to sustain focus and engagement in the task. Overall quality of life of a person is affected due to long term chronic health conditions generated by emotional eating. Dental health issues and GIT problems are very common with emotional eating as they consume high amount of fatty foods and sugary foods. Poor food choices cause brain fog and cognitive impairment and difficulties with concentration. Weight gain cause negative body image, consequently affecting the self-esteem of a person. Autonomy related to healthy food choices reduced and they become dependent on food as primary coping mechanism, which is very harmful for an individual. Endocrine system completely disrupt due to high intake of processed food. Negative physical, psychological, and behavioral consequences of emotional eating can limit daily activities, thus, overall quality of life reduced. Now, what are the strategies we can use to overcome or stop the emotional eating? First, recognize the triggers by keeping a food journal. This way, you can identify the emotions and what are the food items associated with that particular emotion. Pay attention to all sensory aspects of the food and eat them slowly to enjoy the every sense of any food item. This is called mindful eating practices, and this practice may be very helpful to stop the emotional eating. Next is cultivate emotional regulation skills such as positive self talk, cognitive reframing, and problem solving. These techniques may help people to overcome the problem of emotional eating. Understanding own nutritional needs may help people to take regular, healthier meals instead of unhealthy food choices. Proper hydration, along with balanced and nutritious snacks between meals, can prevent emotional eating. Effective time management strategies, along with practices of stress reducing techniques like deep breathing, yoga, or meditation, may help to overcome the condition of emotional eating. Creation of a regular bedtime routine and prioritizing sleep over all other activities may help people to overcome sleep disruptions caused by emotional eating. Self compassion, self love, and working on reframing positive body image may help people to overcome the issue of emotional eating. Regular self reflection is very essential so one can adjust his or her strategies that that what work best in different situations of emotional eating. Yoga, meditation, or tai chi are the different mind body practices that help to relieve stressful conditions and make individuals aware about their thoughts and emotions. Step by step approach to work on their emotional triggers help them to stop emotional eating. Overall, overall well-being is more important than weight achievement. Daily and mirror affirmations can help self-esteem and self-compassion of an individual to help them to stop emotional eating. Creative and artistic activities and writing activities provide a medium to explore different emotions in a positive way. Engagement in hobbies can divert attention of an individual from different emotional triggers. Cognitive restructuring and behavioral activation are the main components of cognitive behavioral therapy that can bring joy, fulfillment, and a sense of accomplishment in individual's life. If a person cannot stop emotional eating with all these strategies, they can seek help from the professionals such as therapists and counselors. They may help to provide therapeutic interventions to provide help and to improve overall quality of life of the individuals. In the end, eating is not a solution to stress, neither it is a reward for achievement. It's just a requirement for survival and healthy well being. So don't eat your feelings, feed your faith, and your fears will starve. Thank you. Neetu ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I completed my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your presentation. And our next participant is Anvisha. Anvisha, I'm audible to you. Anvisha, I'm audible to you. Are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, 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 ma'am. I'm ready.
Okay, please start your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I am Visha, Assistant Professor, Snathandar College, Ambala, Kent. The topic for my today presentation is Impact of Eating Disorders on Mental Health. Abnormal eating behaviors, such as unhealthy eating habits that have detrimental influence on person's psychological and physical health, are known as eating disorders. Several million people suffer from eating disorders on the daily basis. Most affected from all of them are women with the ages of 12 and 35. There are mostly five types of eating disorders. First is anorexia, second is bulimia, avoidant and restrictive food intake disorder, PICA, and rumination disorder. Anorexia nervosa, an eating disorder, makes obese about weight and food. Main features in low weight for height and age due to self-starvation and weight loss. A potentially extremely hazardous illness, anorexia, has the greatest death rate of any mental diagnosis outside of opioid use disorder. For an adult with anorexia nervosa, the body mass index or the BMI, a measurement of weight for height, is usually less than 18.5. An extreme fear of gaining weight or getting obese is what motivates individuals with anorexia nervosa. A person suffering from this disorder might say they wish to gain weight, but their actions not align with this goal. Additionally, some anorexics also sometimes purge to vomit or abusing laxative in addition to binge eating. Here is bulimia nervosa, a disorder when a person comes a lot of food quickly and feels out of control of what or how much they eat. People with this disorder usually alternate periods of binge eating, high calorie forbidden items, with diets or restricted eating to just low calorie safe foods. The majority of the time, binge behavior is withdrawn and motivated by emotions and humiliation and guilt. Large beans and fast eating past fullness to the point of nausea and pair are common eating habits. Next is ARFID. ARFID is avoidant restrictive food intake disorder. It is a newly defined eating disorder characterized by high pickiness and a chronic inability to achieve nutritional demands due to an eating disturbance. The causes of these disorders are minimal hunger and disinterest regarding food and eating, extreme avoidance of meals due to its sensory qualities like look, color, smell, etc. Smell or fear about the effect of eating. Next is pica, a disorder in which person will often eat non-food items that are low in nutrients, becomes serious and requires medicinal care when behavior lasts for minimum 1 month. Individuals with this disorder eat materials such as paper, paint chips, soap, fabric, hair, depending on the individual and their circumstances. Behavior is not consistent. With practice, it is endorsed by culture and unsuitable for person's developmental stage. And the last is rumination disorder. It is characterized by recurrent regression and reachieving of food after eating, in which the food is willingly taken back up into the mouth, chewed and swallowed again, and split out. Here are the causes. There is currently uncertainty on the etiology of eating disorders. Individuals suffering from eating disorder frequently experience changes in their perspective of their bodies due to comorbid body dysmorphic disorder and disturbance in the body image. There is a link among body dysmorphia and nervosa since both disorders are marked by an aberration of how one looks and a fixation with their physical features. Numerous additional factors, including societal, cultural, and interpersonal problems, may also contribute and perpetuate chronic disorder. The media is also frequently held The media is also frequently held accountable for the increased prevalence of eating disorders since it frequently presents individuals with idealized, slender bodies, such as models and celebrities, which encourages or even compels them to try to become as thin as possible. Here, the first of the main cause is genetics. A person's likelihood of developing an eating problem is 7 to 12 times higher if they are a first degree relative or someone who has had or is now suffering from an eating disorder. Approx half of cases of eating disorders can be linked to heredity. Developmental issues or outside factors are the cause of other occurrences. Other neurobiological variables related to impulsivity and emotional reactivity may also be at work, which may result in behaviors such as purging and binging. Second is environmental influences. Child maltreatment. It has been demonstrated that child maltreatment, which includes neglect and physical, psychological, and sexual abuse, roughly triples the risk of eating disorders. The likelihood of bulimia appears to be roughly double in cases of sexual abuse. The correlation of anorexia is less evident. Growing up in an invalidating atmosphere where expressing emotions was frequently frowned upon increasing a person's chance of developing eating problems. Childhood abuse also result in unbearably tough feelings that are unable to be communicated in a healthy way. Eating disorders are a coping strategy for escape, a way to manage and prevent really unpleasant emotions and experiences. Individuals who disclose experiences physical and sexual abuse throughout their childhood are more likely to eating disorders. Social isolation. It has been demonstrated that social isolation negatively impacts a person's mental and physical health. Individuals with pre-existing physical and mental health disorders have much higher death rate. This impact has been shown particularly in the case of coronary heart disease. Being alone may also be a stressful and an anxiety including experience by nature. An individual may participate in emotional eating when food is used as a consolation in an effort to lessen these unpleasant sensations. Restrictions and binging vomiting are the two separate emotion suppression methods that are employed at various periods. According to Waller, Kenray, and Onanian, 2007, restrictions, for instance, are employed to prevent the activity of any emotions. Wet list, binging, and vomiting are used to deal with the effects of awakened emotions. Parental influence. It is demonstrated that physical influence plays a fundamental role in how children establish their eating behaviors. Numerous diverse factors, including familial genetic predisposition, dietary choices influenced by cultural or ethnic preferences, the parent's own body type and eating habits, their level of involvement and expectations regarding their children's eating behavior, and the interpersonal relationship between parent and child all manifest and shape this influence. This is in addition to the overall psychological atmosphere of the house and whether a stable supportive environment exists or not. Peer pressure. Numerous studies, including the McKnight investigators, have demonstrated that among participants in their teens and early 20s, peer pressure significantly contributes to worries about body image and attitudes towards food. One survey found that 40% of the girls between the age of 9 and 10 are now attempting to reduce their weight. According to reports, peer pressure plays a role in this type of dieting, with many dieters claiming that their friends are follow up similar plans. Their personal decisions were also much influenced by the amount of friends who were dieting and the number of friends who put pressure on them to do so. Eating problems are far more common in elite athletes. Among all athletes, female athletes in sports like ballet, diving, gymnastics, and so on show to be the most vulnerable. Between the ages of 13 and 25, men make about 0 to 15% of persons who suffer from bulimia and anorexia. Food insecurity. Inadequate access to enough food, both in the terms of quantity and quality, is referred to as food insecurity. Numerous studies have connected eating behaviors to insecurity regarding food. A study conducted on individuals who visited a food bank in Texas found that higher levels of food insecurity were associated with higher levels of impulsive eating. Overall, disordered eating diseases, dietary limitation, corrective habits, and weight stigma against oneself. Trauma. According to one study, trauma may be the cause of binge eating disorders, with some female patients turning to these diseases as a way to cope with the suffering they are suffer from sexual trauma. Next is heterosexism. According to several eating disorder sufferers, many were driven to participate in their illness in order to conform to social norms related to their gender identity by forced heterosexual and heterosexism. In order to keep women slender and increase their chances of finding a male romantic partner, families may place restrictions on what they allow them to eat. Here are some diagnoses. Pritz and Sussman state that the most efficient diagnosis tool for eating trouble is the medical field's history. Comorbid mental illness and eating disorders are not only the medical conditions that might resemble each other. These patients' quality of life can be enhanced, and a better recovery can be guaranteed with early identification and care. Over the last 3 decades, earning disorders have gained prominence, but it's unclear if these changes are in manifest actually correspond to a rise in cases. Anorexia nervosa and bulimia nervosa are two of the most clearly recognized kinds of eating problems. However, there are many varieties. Here are some of the preventions. First is emotional bites. Addressing teenagers about reason they might eat besides hunger is a simple approach to start a conversation about emotional eating. Discuss healthier coping mechanism and stress the need of talking to a trustworthy adult about your feelings. Say no to teasing. Stressing that is inappropriate to make unpleasant remarks regarding the physical sizes of other individual is another idea. Body talk. Stress about crucial it is to pay attention to one's body that is consuming food when you are full, not when you are starving, and stop when you are full, not when you are overfed. These ideas are instinctively understood by children. Fitness comes in all sizes. Make children aware about the natural changes that occur in the body and the molecular basis of body size. Talk about their goals and worries about becoming larger. Put health and a well balanced diet first. Findings of the study are anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, and binge eating disorder are known to have healing rates of between 50% and 85%, with greater percentages of patients experiences at least some degree of recovery. It may take a lifetime to overcome, or it may just take a few months. Miscarriages. Research indicates that pregnant women who suffer from binge eating disorder are more likely to miscarry their unborn child than pregnant women who suffer from any other eating problem. Relapse. When BN and ADNOS, eating disorder not otherwise specified, are in remission, a person is more susceptible to reverting to their self harming behaviors. High levels of professional stress, social demands, and other stressful events might cause someone to treat into what they believe would make its suffering go away. Attachment insecurity. Individuals inhibiting symptoms of attachment and anxiety may probably struggle to express their emotional state and get appropriate social support. When someone adopts this symptom, they may not acknowledge that carrier or express distress when it occurs. Impaired decision making. There have been conflicting results from studies on the relationship among problems with eating and decision making process. Here is the conclusion. Eating disorders can impact 5% of the population and often occur in teens and early adulthood. Several disorders affect people of any age or gender, although some are more frequent in women, particularly bulimia nervosa and anorexia. These eating disorders sometimes co occur with other mental problems, the most prevalent being disorder, compulsive disorder, anxiety, and mood. Individuals suffering from an eating disorders can regain their mental and emotional well being and begin implementing healthy eating habits with the right medical care. Here are the references. Thank you.
Thank Thank you so much, Anvesha, for your presentation. Our next participant is Palak Mittal. Palak Mittal, am I audible to you? Palak Mittal, are you ready for your presentation?
Please unmute your mic.
Please unmute your mic.
Never did. Network issue and couldn't fit you. Permission दी हुई.
Hmm?
पूछिए पूछिए.
Palak Mittal, am I audible to you? Hmm.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we
Hi.
can hear you. Palak, you can start your presentation.
Yeah, okay. A very good afternoon to everyone and the panel members. This is Palak Mittal, a research scholar at Swami Vivekanand Siddhartha University. The title of my research paper is
Palak Mittal, am I audible to you?
yeah, hello,
Yes, yes, Palak.
yeah,
Yes, you are audible. We can listen you, Palak. You can start your presentation.
okay. So this is Palak Mittal, a research scholar at Swami Vivekanand Siddhartha University. I am presenting my paper on the impact of different diets and mindfulness among meditation practitioners. The aim of this study explores the influence of sattvic, which contains no onion, even no garlic diets, on mindfulness capacities among adults practicing Raj Yoga meditation techniques. In this study, we have taken 600 participants, those who are practicing Raj Yoga, Rohani Satsang, and also Vipassana meditation. With the help of a mindfulness FFMQ 15 scale questionnaire, we assessed their mindfulness. The key findings and the results, they showed higher total mindfulness and non-judging scores in sattvic versus vegetarian practitioners regardless of meditation style. Rouhani satsang practitioner exhibited heightened describing and acting with awareness facet when following sattvic diets. The findings this concludes the findings support synergistic effects between nutrition and mindfulness practice, suggesting tailored integration of lifestyle modalities for holistic well-being. The overview of this approach, it integrative health strategies combining evidence-based lifestyle intervention are gaining recognition for optimizing wellness outcomes. The importance of plant-based diets and mindfulness meditation with the growing research supports the individual health benefits of plant-based diets and daily mindfulness meditation practices. The plant-based diets are seen to, as per the researchers, it is seen that the mindfulness for those who are following plant-based diets are much better than comparatively to the non-vegetarian diets. However, a crucial knowledge gap exists in understanding the potential synergies activated by concurrently adhering to both these promising lifestyle modalities. Purpose of the study aims to explore the influence of sattvic, no onion garlic diets on mindfulness capacities among adults practicing Raj Yoga meditation techniques. The expected impact findings of this research would contribute to the development of impactful multi-composition and promotion initiative for holistic well-being. These are few literature reviews where the overview of plant-based diets. There is the past half century the adoption of vegetarian vegan diets has surged with consistent links to reduced risk of chronic illness. Mental health benefits. Emerging evidence associate plant-based eating with advantages in mental health, including lower rates of anxiety and depression. According to cognitive benefits, higher plant-based plant food enrich gut microbiota diversity, communicating bidirectional with the brain. Antioxidants and phytochemicals in plant food mitigate neuroinflammation and modulate neurotransmitter signaling pathways. Limited research on synergies, while independent effects are well established. Research on combined impacts of plant-based nutrition and mindfulness meditation is scarce. The rationale of the current study, addressing the knowledge gap, is crucial for advancing multimodal health promotion initiatives. The methods and material which we used during the research paper, a total of 600 participants, including 200 practitioners from Raj Yoga, Rouhani, and Vipassana meditation. Equal gender distribution was taken, and age group between 18 to 35 and 36 to 60 years. 45% reported following sattvic diets and 55% following vegetarian diets. Diet assessed through a questionnaire FFMQ 15, assessed using the five-facet mindfulness questionnaire. Participants completed questionnaires on demographics, diet, group, and responded to the FFMQ mindfulness scale. For the data analysis, two-way ANOVA test used to compare FFMQ scores between sattvic and vegetarian diet practitioners across meditation styles. Post-hoc comparisons, effect sizes, and interaction effects were examined. This is the result. Overview of the participant characteristics, where 45% followed sattvic diet and 55% followed vegetarian diets. Between group differences at FMQ, two-way ANOVA revealed a significant mean effect of diet on overall mindfulness score, with sattvic diet adherent showing higher scores. Main effect of meditation style also significant, with Rouhani satsang practitioners exhibiting the highest mindfulness. Significant dietetic meditation style interaction suggesting synergistic effects on mindfulness phases. Observing in non-judging facets showed significant differences by diet and meditation style. Acting with awareness and describing facets also displayed variation among different meditation groups. Then additional analysis, um, the main effect of diet meditation as well as the interaction effect remain significant. Conclusion: examining synergistic between plant-based diets and meditation determined mindfulness in adults practicing different meditation styles. Sattvic diet adherents showed higher total mindfulness scores, with specific facets such as observing and acting with awareness being significantly influenced. Rouhani satsang practitioners displayed unique synergies with sattvic diets. Interpretation of synergistic effects: diet-mediated differences align with literature on sattvic food purifying the mind and body for higher states of consciousness. Rouhani Satsang's auditory focus technique may interact uniquely with sattvic diets to enhance attentional capacities. Integration of sattvic nutritional guidelines could augment mindfulness-based intervention with personalized diet and meditation pairing for targeted outcomes. Potential application is clinical. Context for attentional restoration. Casual inferences limited due to cross-sectional design, self-reported food choices, and potential self-selection biases. Future research could explore causal mechanism and clinical applications. These are the few references for the study. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Palak, for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you so
Our,
much.
our next participant is Leena Jatrana.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You can start your presentation.
I'll just share my slide, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Your slide is not visible here, Lena.
Um,
आप फोन से कनेक्ट कर रहे हैं या लैपटॉप से कनेक्ट कर रहे हैं, लीना?
ma'am, laptop. I'll just share just a second.
लीना, आपकी लैपटॉप में नीचे ऑप्शन होगा प्रेजेंट का, आप वहां पे जाएं.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just doing it. It's just processing.
Okay.
Is it visible now?
Yes. Yes, visible.
May I start? A very good afternoon to all the panel members and participants in this national conference. My name is Leena Jatrana and I'm working as an assistant professor in Home Science Department at Government College for Girls, Gurugram. The topic of my presentation is a small study which we conducted. The title is Nutritional Knowledge and Behavioral Practices of District Badminton Players of Gurugram City in the age group of 15 to 25 years. Whenever the topic of healthy lifestyle is discussed, the importance of sports cannot be denied. Sports is becoming more and more important when it comes to maintenance of good quality of life and long-term disease-free health. With a lot of investment now in different sports, badminton is one of the emerging sports which is seen in the city Gurugram with a lot of sports academies coming up each day. A lot of participants are now playing through these academies. More and more people are now showing interest in them. The majority of the majority of players still struggle to apply their understanding of proper nutrition to make right dietary decisions. According to research, there's conflict evidence regarding how an athlete's knowledge of nutrition affects the food they choose. And studies have shown that the nutrition plays a vital role in their sports performance. Nutritional deficiency will result in deteriorating physical health and subsequently will lower down their sports performance. Majority of athletes continue to lack adequate knowledge of healthy nutritional practices and to make informed daily dietary decisions. This study aims at understanding the nutritional knowledge and behavioral practices of district level badminton players of Gurugram city. The present study was conducted in the Gurugram district region. It encompasses the entire urban and rural area. Different badminton academies were visited and players in the age group of 15 to 25 years, which have at least represented at district level competitions, were selected for the study. The study was conducted on a total of 163 participants, which included both male and females. Questionnaires and interview schedules were prepared and used for data collection. Some of the findings which were seen are presented here. It was depicted that most of the participants relied on their coaches as a source of their nutritional information. The coaches were not trained in any kind of certificate courses or any courses related to nutrition. They were just giving nutritional knowledge to the players on basis on their experiences. All the participants agreed to the statement that skipping breakfast can negatively impact a player's performance, and it can lead to poor start of the day in terms of low energy and ultimately leads to lesser output. All of them focused on a good heavy intake of breakfast. Many participants felt that homemade food was not sufficient to meet their dietary requirement, and they regularly indulged in intake of sports drink and supplements. Most of them also felt that vegetarian diet was not sufficient in terms of protein intake, and many of them have shifted to being non-vegetarians when they entered professional sports. Earlier, they were pure vegetarians. They were not aware of good nutritional vegetarian sources which can be included in the diet. All the participants agreed to the statement that nutrition can affect the mental performance of players. Eating healthy makes them feel happier and content. Many participants said eating fruits once a day was sufficient to meet their needs. Maximum number of players had a regular sleep patterns, and they had a minimum of 6 to 8 hours of sleep per week. And since most of them had early morning practice sessions, so they focused on a good night's sleep on an everyday basis. The data obtained also showed that participants spend on an average of 3 hours per day on technology, which mostly included scrolling of social media, Instagram, and watching online content as a source of relaxation after their practice sessions. Many of the participants also felt stress and anxiety on a regular basis after a bad day at games, and they didn't know how to deal it better and just indulged in online scrolling to change their mind. Maximum number of players also indulged in activities like watching movies, social media, hanging out with friends to release the pressure. This is a short study which we have conducted, and we aim to extend the study and know about many other aspects. The findings of this study can be used in preparing a comprehensive nutritional and lifestyle guidance based a ready reckoner, a small booklet for athletes and players, which can be followed by them, and the performance can be improved. Thank you.
Thank you, Reena, for your presentation. Our next participant is B. Angelina Bhaskar. B. Angelina, am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible to me.
Okay, please start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, it's me and Dr. P. Mary Anupama. She's the one presenting. Please
Okay.
add her. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Shall I start? Ma'am, will you share the presentation for us, or shall I do it?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you share the presentation, ma'am? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, and you have to share your presentation from your side.
Sure. Ma'am, you're able to see?
Yes, we are able to see you, ma'am.
So, very good morning, everyone. Myself, Dr. P. Mary Anupama, and with me is Miss B. Angeline Bhaskar. I'm the head of the Department of Biochemistry, St. Joseph's College for Women. And Miss B. Angeline, she's a PG psychology student from the Department of Psychology, Andhra University. So our topic for today's presentation is eating disorders and nutritional rehabilitation, survey report. So coming to introduction, what are eating disorders? So eating disorder, we know that this is a complex
The
mental health.
presentation is not open.
Ma'am,
The presentation is not open, ma'am.
presentation is not open.
Yeah, you have to go into the link, click on present screen over here, and then present it.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Your computer. It's saying Google Slides. I have to upload the slides and then do it, it seems. Ma'am, I have shared that to you actually. Can you share it? Okay. I'm
Ma'am,
uploading it. Yeah, I'm uploading it. It's saying we are supposed to upload. I was directly sharing the screen like Google Meet.
okay, ma'am, please wait and click on that.
Yes, ma'am. It's processing. It's saying it's processing.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, you're able to see?
Yes, ma'am, we are able to see you.
Okay, I'm sorry for that. Okay.
It's okay, ma'am. Please continue the presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Coming to what's an eating disorder? Eating disorders, we know that these are quite complex mental conditions, and these are influenced by many factors together. Like we have the biological factors, and these biological factors include the genetic predisposition or some neurobiological factors, or it can also be like alteration in the neurotransmitter systems and all such things. Next, we also have psychological factors. Like some people are obsessed with this perfectionism and all such things. They have some body dissatisfactions, low self-esteem, or distorted body images. And then it's also like social factors, wherein all the social factors like people around you, the social pressures or the cultural ideals, they influence us. And next is environmental factors. Like these environmental factors, these include like how thin you should be, trying to meet the standards of the people around you or the social media. So all these are factors like which are listed again. First thing is, let's talk about the psychological factors. So psychological factors mainly is how the people perceive about themselves. They have some things like perfection. I have to be like this. And then environmental, social, cultural factors I have already told you. Next thing is trauma and abuse. At times when you are fat, people try to abuse you or talk something bad about you, like you are moti or fat and all. That is the abuse or some trauma which they have faced because of their body shapes and all weights. Next is family dynamics. So in a family, if the mother is slim, the children try to be slim, or if the mother is fat and if she is facing any abuse, they try to do it. And it is not just that thing, it's also about the eating or disorders which the family inherits, what they eat and all, and the interpersonal relationships between in the family. Next, influence from the peer and social circles. Of course, it's mainly seen in the adolescents where they talk about the body image, and that decides the eating behavior. And even different cultural norms and values where it is said that you should be of certain body size or shape. Some ideals are set for us here. Reasons for overeating is at times few people, many of us, we do overeating when you are emotionally stressed up. So the reasons could be emotional distress, or sometimes when you are sad, you eat more. When you are bored, we don't know what to do, so you eat more. This is like a cope-up mechanism where people do it. And some hormones are there which regulate this, like you have this ghrelin and then leptin. These regulate the hunger and your satisfaction with respect to what you eat. So that decides the eating behavior. Next is eating disorders. These include this anorexia nervosa. So we know that anorexia nervosa, it's again the fear of gaining weight, or because of which, as you eat, your body will be distorted. And what people do is they start imposing some restrictions, that is self-imposed starvations, like that they do it. Next is bulimia nervosa. Here you have binge eating where people eat to get their tummy filled up, and again they start large meal they eat, and then they take up the necessary actions, so that they don't gain fat. That is, they do vomitings, or they do over exercising, they do fasting and all such things. Next is binge eating. Here in bulimia nervosa, you eat in a large amount of food at once. In binge eating, what you do is recurrent episodes of such large amounts, you do it, and you do it up to the point of discomfort, and you don't have any compensatory behavior that you are supposed to do it. You also have this avoidant restricted food intake disorders. Here, it is like you have limited variety of food that you take. Like this is because you don't like the texture or you don't like the smell. So that's why you avoid it. Thereby, you don't get adequate nutrition which is required for the body. So here, it is not about the body size or the shape. It is about likes and dislikes. Next is you have other specified feeding or eating disorders. Like these include like the same as anorexia, bulimia, and binge eating disorders only. But here, the main causes distress and impairment. Next is pica. It is like persistent eating non-nutritive food. People eat like these chips and drinks and all. So not so good substances. They do it over a period of time for at least 1 month and all. Next is nutritional rehabilitation, which we want to cover here also. Nutritional rehabilitation, this is like addressing the underlying factors of excessive eating, the stress or trauma. We do some survey and we try to find out what are the reasons. Then we try to promote the healthy eating patterns, like we give them what is a balanced diet, and then we prescribe it. So addressing this emotional aspects also becomes very important when it comes to overeating, and we should tell them about mindful eating, what are mindful eating practices, what they have to eat, and what is a balanced meal. Then establish this eating schedules, like they have to take small proportions over a large period of time. So that is what is scheduling. We call it as the serving sizes. And also we have to educate the people. And then we have to also promote this healthier food choices, what they have to make. And then you have this behavioral interventions, cognitive behavior therapy. All these things, they can be used as a part of rehabilitation. Next, Angel will continue.
Now coming to the methodology adopted. We have taken up a 25 question questionnaire, which is the EDEQ questionnaire. It's about the eating disorder examination questionnaire, which is actually available online. We have conducted a survey on 200 people, and it was founded by Mond et al. It provides general population norms and percentile ranks for EDQ. The questionnaire was shared with people of all age groups to see the variation in eating habits and then analyze the age group that is more prone to the variations in eating habits. High scores indicate greater level of symptomatology of eating disorders. Now the Google form was created, shared, and the results were obtained and analyzed. Coming to the results and discussion. According to the respondents, among the people who responded the questionnaire, 59.3 were females and the rest of them were males. The people were from various age groups ranging from 15 to above 55 years as shown in the figure. Among the respondents, 56.8% were between the age group of 15 to 25, whom we have taken as target population for the further studies. For the questions on whether females have missed their menstrual cycle, only 22.6% of the females missed their cycle. Rest of all had no issues related to that. Coming to the four subscales present, first coming to the restraint analysis. Restraint was analyzed from the questions 1 to 5 given in the questionnaire. The sum of the values from the questions for each of the individual were taken, and the total sum for the 53 adults and students is 255. Using this mean value and standard deviation value were calculated. Mean value was 4.81 and the standard deviation value was 5.87. Next, coming to the eating concern. For this, in the questionnaire, questions number 7, 9, 19, 21, and 20 indicate their concern for eating, which indicate whether the individual had eating concerns. For example, it's like, am I eating too much? Am I eating too little? Then the total scores for this variable for all 53 adults and individuals is 373. The mean value was calculated, which is 7.04, and the standard deviation is 5.29. Next, coming to the shape concern. The questions that come under shape concern are the questions 6, 8, 10, 11, and 23. The total value for the shape concern is the highest, which is 417, which is highest for the chosen Adolphin group. The mean and standard deviation values were calculated, which is 7.0 and 4.55 respectively. Lastly, the weight concern. The questions are 8, 12, and 22, which are about the weight concern. The total value for the population was 244, which is the least value on the scale. The mean value is 4.62 and the standard deviation is 3.11 for the variables. As you can see in the next table, We have taken the sum, the mean value from all of the respondents, and the standard deviation. What you can see over here is the shape concern is the highest and the weight concern is the least. Coming to the restraint analysis, it has been that after COVID, the restraint analysis has become lesser, but the shape concern has risen more. As you know, there is a rise in the K-pop culture, and that has automatically influenced us, not only the music but also their beauty standards. Lastly, coming to the conclusion. Table 1 summarizes the outcomes of the four variables studied in the present survey. All the age groups were shared the questionnaire, among which 53 were adolescent age group. This population has exhibited considerable variation in answering the questionnaire, indicating that they had some issues with eating. Restraining among the youth could be restraining themselves from satisfactory food or whichever their cravings are. The sum of the restraint analysis is 255, mean value 4.81, indicating they exhibit moderate concern on diet. Then, from the variation done on eating concerns, the sum value is 373, while the mean value is 7.04, indicating that the chosen population are moderately concerned. Then, for the shape concern, was higher than most adolescents expressed so in their lives. The sum of 417, mean value of 7.06, and standard deviation 4.55 was seen for this group. Weight concern among the chosen population were little less, with a mean of deviation 4.62. Among the people who submitted the form, 8 people had scored above 17 out of 35, and 1 person had scored above 23. These may be given a session on why they have restraint on food intake and identify their concerns. Eating concerns were exhibited more by 7 people who may be given session on good food and well balanced intake of food. 11 people had severe shape concern who has to be given a personal counseling. We need to take their age, height, weight into consideration and then give rehabilitation if required. Weight concern was less, which was quite surprising for this age group who answered the questionnaire. Only 3 out of 53 had this concern. Thank you. These are the references.
Thank,
Thank you.
thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation. Our next participant is Dr. Yashi Gupta. Yashi Gupta, I'm audible to you. Dr. Yashi Gupta.
एक second.
I'm here, ma'am.
Okay, please start your presentation, ma'am.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Yashi Gupta, Dr. Yashi Gupta. And the topic of my research is physical correlates affecting food choices among college going girls in relation to breakfast consumption. So, college students are at a significant and pivotal time of their life. These young adults seek higher education and launch their work life, develop personal relationships and healthy eating habits that help them to set on a healthy and productive pathways. Habits acquired in adolescence and young adulthood can impact the entire life course, hence it becomes important to focus on this age group. We have especially targeted on the girls, college going girls. This is because the girls are responsible for the meal preparation in household, and they are seen as the future mothers and the family caretakers. And this age group, why this age group we have selected, because at this age the eating habits are less influenced by parents and family and more influenced by peers and friends, media, social media messages, and body image concerns. The food habits of youngsters causing concern are skipping meals, especially breakfast, increased eating outside, preference for trendy and fast foods, and consumption of aerated drinks that are totally empty calories. So it has been observed that adolescents snacking frequently, especially in leisure time, often with friends or while watching television. They do not always want to sit down for 3 meals of a day, that is breakfast, lunch, and dinner, or be at home for the snacks. There can be increased meal skipping, particularly breakfast, snacking throughout the day, and more eating away from the home. It is also important that adolescents know how to choose healthy snacks while eating away from the home. So what these are the reported trends of meal skipping. Most of them, most of the time, eating is not the top of the mind issue. They are always in the rush to control what they want to eat and make impulsive decisions regarding eating. Here is the model based on Maslow's hierarchy, where we can see what are the psychological concerns for eating is obviously hunger, thirst, and the taste concern. Then safety, it tapers down accordingly. Safety is they don't. Sometimes there is a fear of trying new foods, or they are conditioned to some particular food taste. Then love and belonging, eating with others and alone, that it also affects the uh, motivation behind the eating. Esteem, sometimes we eat the this age group, particularly college going group, eat because they want to show off their friends and peers that they are related to some particular brand or this social presence. These days people before eating they click pictures and post on media, so these are the things. Then self actualizations, that is what you are, what you eat, the quality of life. The main objective of the study was to identify the probable psychological factors affecting the food choices in reference to breakfast consumption. So here are the results. Sorry, before that, it is the methodology. So, 850 college goings girls were selected, belonging to age group of 18 to 23 years, and informed consent was taken from every subject. The study was conducted in the two colleges, government colleges in Ghaziabad. The students of undergraduate and postgraduate and diploma courses were selected from different streams. The study instrument was a questionnaire which was pre-tested on 20 subjects. General information, socioeconomic information, all these were taken. And the 10 motives that primarily affect the food choices were identified, and subjects were asked to rate them from 1 to 10. The relative importance of the motives were then analyzed by calculating the means and standard deviations. So the summary of the result is the most of the 67% of the subjects were belonging to the age group of 18 to 20 years. They were mostly from the graduation part of the study. They were from mainly from under PGs, oh sorry, graduate students. Most of the students were from arts faculty, and most 97% of the students were unmarried. 73% of the subjects were belonging to the urban area, and 95% were coming from the home for the study. Rest of the subjects were staying at the hostel. The average family income was up to 25,000 monthly per income. 64% of the students belonging to this age group, income group. So here's the breakfast consumption pattern. Total 850 subjects were identified. Out of that, 314 were the breakfast consumers, and rest 536 were the breakfast skippers. Out of this 314, 181 students were taking their breakfast daily, and 133 subjects were taking breakfast 4 times a week. So we consider them as a breakfast consumers. Rest uh, in from 536 subjects, 246 subjects were skipping their breakfast daily, and 290 subjects were skipping their breakfast 3 to 4 times a week. So there, here's the data on the dietary habits. Once they were asked, "Do you overeat?" So they most of the respondents, 60, 80, 68% of the respondents told that they overeat on some occasions when their favorite food is available, or they get some part, they go into some party and all, they overeat. When once they asked about the if you impose limitation on the eating, though they said yes, they imposed limitation on the eating, and the reason was, if any, for girls, the reason was, if any family function was nearing, they want to get slim or lose weight for that. Next, when they asked about the habit of binge eating, then 45% of the subjects said yes, they binge eat occasionally. Now, here are the variables that were affecting the food choices. So, first preference was gone to the taste, as the youngsters were very much choose their food according to the taste. Then advertisements, as they see the advertisement, they go for the food what has been advertised. They want to try new foods, or they want to purchase that food that has been advertised or being on the social media in trend very much. Then the appearance of the food, the appearance and of the food, the third preference. Although they try to eat the food, how try to eat choose the food how it appears. Then peers company was the fourth factor that is affecting their food choices. Image consciousness was the fifth, that how much weight loss or weight gain, or they want to follow some celebrity, and if celebrity is associated with some food, they want to try that. Then time concerns, as it is there that they are always in the rush, so they don't want to give time for cooking or meal preparation, or pre preparation of the food. So it was the sixth factor. Then health concerns, if there was the seventh factor. Then family influence was the eighth factor. They said they sometimes don't want to eat something, but their mothers or their when once they sit down to eat with their family, their mother pressurized to take milk or something like that, so they prefer it. Then stress was the ninth factor, and the cost. So these were the more 10 factors that were affecting their food choices. So coming to conclusion, this study acknowledges the pivotal role of taste, advertisement, appearance, peer company image, and all these factors in the in shaping their food choices. The result,
Thank you so
somebody.
much, ma'am, for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Now we are going to connect our honorable speaker, Dr. Sunayan ma'am. Dr. Sunayan
Am I
ma'am.
audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Now this time it worked actually.
Okay. Uh,
Okay.
ma'am, I have to give you a brief introduction. Please give me some time. Dr. Sunayan ma'am is at present assistant professor at Amity Institute of Food Technology, Amity University. She has over 5 years of experience in the field of teaching and research. She did her BSc Home Science from Institute of Home Economics and MSc from Vanasthali Vidyapit. She completed her doctoral degree from Vanasthali Vidyapit in the field of autism. She has guided over 20 BSc and MSc students. Dr. Sunayan ma'am has been actively involved in organizing two annual international conferences as convener at Amity Institute of Food Technology. Faculty Development Program, guest lecture and webinars. Dr. Sunayan has authored more than 10 book chapter research paper in the Journal of National and International Repute and presented more 10 papers in the national and international conferences. She had been a recipient of Best Paper Presentation at International Conference on English Studies, Women Empowerment, Education and Social Sciences, Dubai 2018. She is life member of various reputed professional bodies like American Psychological Association, National Assembly of Psychological Studies, etc. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Neetu. And I thank Dr. Nishma and her team for inviting me as an speaker for the 2 days national seminar on psychology of foods, understanding the emotional and psychological aspects of eating. Um So I have been there in the backstage and listening to the wonderful presentations that students, some of the assistant professors has, been presenting since morning, and it's good to see that lot many work is being doing, and it's a very updated and a very new thing to people like us and others to understand that how food has been related not only the physiological aspects but also the psychological aspects as well, because we come from a nation, or we can say from the culture where food becomes a very integral part, whether it's for any celebration, for anything which is there, for functions, for social gatherings, food becomes very integral part. And apart from that, we have seen that so many of psychological problems that leads to the eating disorders also, like your binge eating is there, then your anorexia nervosa is there, where extreme starvation leads to, for today's generation to look good, to fit in the society values, to get the validation from their friends and from the maybe from their peer group. So it becomes very important. But to maintain a healthy life, since now food has become, like I said, just mentioned that it has become a very integral part since time and memorial. And it's not that today is because maybe we have been influenced so much by the Western culture, that we now have started thinking, calculating the foods. Now we are also on to substituting the food ingredients, in discontinuing completely the white three things, maybe sugar, then comes your rice, and then your these saturated fats, something like that, maybe ghee or everything that becomes very integral part of our day to day life. But if I go back in the history, to the time of Hippocrates, that they have mentioned that food is like a medicine. And I don't completely deny this topic or deny this thing, because if we see that 2 years back, when we were all struggling with the pandemic, we were all struggling with the coronavirus, and everything which was getting the information is to maintain our healthy immunity levels. And it was our kitchens only fair from where we were all getting those ingredients, whether it's drinking kahara, making by mixing turmeric, or maybe black pepper, or maybe bay leaves and everything, maybe gargling through in a warm water we were adding maybe turmeric, and then your salt, so that we can maintain those things, and eat maybe in a protein rich diet. So yes, the food has become a very integral part, and nowadays maintaining a healthy lifestyle also becoming the another important thing, especially in the younger generation. They want to look good, and to maintain. And in all these researches which I have gone through, they have been presenting, it becomes that in the stress management and in the cases like depression, that we always switch on towards eating something which helps to satiate that level. When we are stressing about something, so we need instant rush, so we need sugar. Okay, so we binge on to chocolates, maybe intake of caffeine, maybe coffee and tea, etc. And when we women, during menstruation cycle, during the PMSing, then again there is a sugar rush is there. Because why it's there, that sometimes the body starts giving us the signal, and from where we get this signal is basically from the pituitary gland. I know in the back of I hope everyone knows that in the back of the mind there is a pituitary gland which is responsible for the secretion of all the hormones that maintain the body, to maintain a healthy lifestyle, whether it's your serotonin level, serotonin is there, whether it's your dopamine is there, where oxytocin levels are there. These hormones which are been considerably regarded as a happy hormone, okay, which help us to regulate our emotions. And then also when we are maintaining the healthy lifestyle pattern, the maintaining the circadian rhythm of the body, help us to actually fight against these stress conditions. In psychology, there are then another hormone which is the cortisol's level that needs to be maintained remarkably, because either the higher level of cortisol's level or either the lower levels of cortisol's level in the body, it's very very hard, very very I would say hazardous for the physiological aspect, because if it's high is there, then it could lead to problems like insulin resistance, maybe problems like maybe diabetes, etc. And if it's under the level also, so it's again that the person feels more lethargic, more stressed out, maybe take The body is not prepared for the flight and fight conditions. Like, we all know that our body has a immunity power which fight against any infection. And even before switching on to the modern medicine, through these foods only, these food ingredients only, that the food we eat, okay, they were regarded as the medicines. If you watch maybe any mythological serials or maybe any other period dramas, they always switch on to the medicine, the ingredients which are there in the kitchen. Okay, so, and that's why today I will be presenting on the good mood foods, a panacea for life. Good mood foods are basically that we eat things, and we should start eating things that can maintain not only the physiological aspects or maintain the physiological health or physical health of the body, but also the psychological. Because again, like I just mentioned, that it's directly related to what, to your healthy hormones release. You reach out to a doctor and they say that, okay, the person is suffering from hypothyroidism. Okay, so first thing that is there, that how much your iodine intake or sodium intake is there, whether it's too much or not. And then we have so much of nutritional deficiencies. Probably students or my colleagues, those who have joined online, they know that we study about nutritional deficiency. And it's, everything is there. And it's better to maintain a good mind. It's very important, because mind and everything, like we know that to maintain a good physical health, the gut becomes very integral part. To stay healthy, to fit, it's very important that the healthy mind is there. So, and healthy mind can only be there when we are maintaining the good nutritional level. So it's a direct correlation between nutrition and the psychology of mood. Okay, and my slides are visible when I'm changing it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, as per WHO, okay, worldwide there has been almost about 500 people, million people, those who suffer from stress. I always say that if you ask a student in a 3 grade or maybe a 2nd grade, they will also that they are stressed about things. Okay, they are stressed about their homework, they are stressed about their lot of co-curricular activities. They has to be there. Okay, and again they have to we as parents, okay, we are providing them. That's why the midday meal schemes was also one of the another important aspects of midday meal, is that needs to be as per the recommended dietary allowances, that needs to be there. The proper amount of carbohydrates, proper amount of proteins needs to be there. It's a well balanced diet. Okay, why? Because it's not only the physical aspects that we have to see, the psychological aspects, and whatever we are eating, it's been well taken up by our brain. Because then if I go on to the metabolic rate, some of the food, or they gets transformed into blood, and then the blood is being circulated all across the body. So does proper oxygen levels can only be maintained when there is a proper circulation of blood is there. And the brain takes up almost 20% of what we eat in a day. Okay, and that is why, and if I whatsoever the standard calorie intake is there, so approximately 400 kilocalories per day that is being consumed by the brain. If you continue, if you have not eaten well, if students, those who have joined online, that if you study on an empty stomach, automatically your power of decision making, your power of reminiscing or recalling things or learning things becomes lower down, and instantly you need something to eat, which gives you an instant energy. Okay, it helps you to waken up, so like the body can carry out those energy activity that needs to be required. So for this, it's very important to understand that brain works on certain neurotransmitters that helps to regulate the physiological health of the body. Like I just mentioned, there are serotonin levels are there, dopamine levels are there. Okay, and for all these levels we require good nutrition. Okay, eating omega-3 fatty acids, including niacinamide, folic acids, okay, magnesium, everything becomes very important. It's not only why, because that that just maintain, okay, that we have to maintain certain levels in the body, but we have to see the brain health also. Why? Because the brain is like what, the CPU of our body system. Okay, if the motherboard or the central processing unit of the computer goes off, automatically the rest of the hardware becomes completely off. Similarly, the brain is the area from where all the hormones get released, and if it's any kind of obstruction is there, or maybe any kind of lacking is there, or completely we can say blockage is there in the what in the circulation or secretion of those hormone, then leads to more physiological problem, like pituitary gland, what he that he just sends signals to the thyroxine, okay, to the thyroxine hormone to release the hormone, so that there is no problem of maybe goiter or hypothyroidism. The person is not, there is no obstruction, and as soon as there is any form of obstruction or blockage is there, the person suffers from various nutritional problem, like your goiter is there, hypothyroidism is there, okay, or hyperthyroidism is there, if it's then excessive is there. So whether it's excessive or whether it's maybe the reduction or lacking of any form of hormones are there, that becomes leads to more physical and physiological problem. Okay, so moving on to the certain biofactors which are responsible for mood, foods, or we can say stress management. If you can see the flow chart which is there in the PPT, that it talks about that everything is like a vicious circle, whether it's your physical health is there, whether it's your mental health is there, everything comes down to the good quality of food that we are eating. Now, if you reach out to any doctor or if you reach out to nutritionists, we have budding nutritionists who have joined online, that we always say that your what you eat becomes the maximum percentage level to how to maintain a good body. If someone is reducing weight, okay, sorry, so if we say that always 60% is always your diet is there, then 30% is your exercise is there, and 10% that what you have inherited from your parents. Okay, so that is why it becomes very important, food that we eat, how we are eating, how we are maintaining the circadian rhythm, how we are maybe at what time we are eating, it becomes very important. Okay, like why we say that we eat by 7, we should be eating we should eat by maybe 7 or 8. There should be not late night munching should not be there. Why? Because the bile juices doesn't get released from the gut health. Okay, and suddenly when you are eating anything which is heavy or maybe high calorific food is there, and what will happen, it's like a shock to a body, that now something off timing, it's being fed to the body, now we have to release the bile, and automatically what will happen, it remains in the stomach, in the gut for a longer period of time. That leads to the inflammation, maybe acidity, or maybe the formation of gas in the stomach, and then next morning you have problems like diarrhea, maybe constipation, it's there. Why? The body is not ready. Similarly, the brain is also functions in release of these hormones based, is completely being dependent on the food that we eat, whether it's your serotonin levels, very important hormone. Okay, whether it's your decision making is there, whether it's your emotional aspects are there, whether it's to stabilize your mood is there, feeling happy. Okay, it's all related to the serotonin levels, your oxytocin's level, another happy hormone that we regard. That is again also it leads to what we are eating, what time we are eating. So everything is related to your mental. Now everyone knows that when it comes to whether person is there in stress, like if I talk on the norms of positive psychology, okay, or maybe the psychology of happiness, they talk about that it's not only one thing is there, that feeling happiness it's there, we have to bring changes. Like I was listening to one of the presentations and they said that it becomes important to maintain the food general also. If someone is maybe suffering from any kind of disease, that what they are eating, and people are there, they make sure that what they are eating and how much quantity they are eating. Okay, so it becomes very important. Sometimes if you eating something, maybe high calorific food at late night, automatically it's causing problem in your digestion. Automatically kya hoga, तो आपका your digestion is being completely off track, तो क्या होगा, probably आपको क्या होगा, रात भर जो है टॉयलेट के चक्कर लगाने पड़ेंगे, मे बी लीड्स टू डायरिया. अब क्या हो गया, वहां पे स्टमक इन्फेक्शन तो है ही है, लेकिन साथ में क्या हो गया, आपका स्लीप पैटर्न भी जो है आपका वो खराब हो गया. नेक्स्ट मॉर्निंग क्या होगा, जब दोनों ही चीज गट हेल्थ अच्छी नहीं है और स्लीप अच्छी नहीं है, तो नेक्स्ट डे आप टाइमली नहीं उठ पाओगे. नेक्स्ट डे व्हेन यू आर गेटिंग, probably you feel more lethargic. Okay, you don't want to get up. Maybe आप शायद आपके important काम होंगे तो आप उस level enthusiasm के साथ नहीं कर पाओगे. So that is why the chart says that whether it's your physical health, whether it's your mental health, okay, they both come down to one thing, that is your good quality food. Like for example, first, I just mentioned, it's kind of a neurotransmitter is there. Okay, that is responsible for your happy hormone. Okay, so that is this like a natural tranquilizer. Tranquilizer हम यूज करते हैं, आप देखते होंगे मूवीज के अंदर कि काम डाउन करने के लिए आपने एक ट्रैंकुलाइजर दिया है, जो सो द पर्सन हु इज हाइपर एक्टिव, ठीक है, आप उसको काम डाउन कर सके. सो दिस हार्मोन इज रेस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर योर डिप्रेशन, फॉर योर एंग्जाइटी. और अगर इसका डिलिनिएटेड वर्जन या सिक्रीशन हो रहा है, होने की सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट, सबसे पहली चीज जो होगी, आपका जो डिसीजन मेकिंग लेवल्स होंगे वो कम हो जाएंगे, आप सोच नहीं पाओगे. व्हाई वी से दैट ड्रग्स जो होते हैं, जो लोग ड्रग्स पर होते हैं, इट्स द इजीएस्ट वे टू रिड्यूस वेट, वन ऑफ द वेज ऑफ रिड्यूसिंग वेट. ओके, बट देन अगर आप सेरोटोनिन रिड्यूस हो रहा है आपकी बॉडी के अंदर, तो सबसे पहले दैट कम्स डाउन टू वन थिंग, दैट इज योर इम्पेयर्ड डिसीजन मेकिंग, इम्पेयर्ड कॉग्निटिव फंक्शनिंग. ओके, आप अपना जो इमोशनल रेगुलेशन है वही आप ठीक से नहीं कर पाओगे. हमने पढ़ा होगा इमोशनल क्वेश्चन के बारे में, पढ़ा होगा आपने, ठीक है, जैसे एक इंटेलिजेंस क्वेश्चन होता है, ऐसे इमोशनल क्वेश्चन होता है, दैट वेयर हाउ टू एक्चुअली इमोट आवरसेल्फ. हम हर जगह पर एक जैसे इमोशंस के साथ नहीं होते. आप लोग जो घर पर हैं वो आप अपनी वर्क प्लेस पे नहीं होंगे, अपनी क्लासरूम में नहीं होंगे. वाई? तो सबसे पहले तो इमोशनल क्वेश्चन हिल गया आपका, आपकी डिसीजन मेकिंग स्किल्स जो है वो इम्पेयर हो गई है, आप सही डिसीजन नहीं ले पाओगे. तो आपको सेरोटोनिन लेवल्स को मेंटेन करने के लिए आपको विटामिन B6 और B12 और फॉलिक एसिड लेना पड़ेगा, ठीक है. और इसकी वजह से अगर आप नहीं होगा, जैसे कि मैंने मेंशन करा है कि इट लीड्स टू मोर वायलेंस, अग्रेसिव बिहेवियर. क्यों? क्योंकि अब आप सोच ही नहीं पा रहे हो. आपको जहां पे इमोशनल रेगुलेशन करना है, वहां पर आप अपने इमोशंस को रेगुलेट ही नहीं कर पा रहे हो, आप समझ ही नहीं पा रहे हो कि आपको क्या लेना है, क्या बोलना है, किस तरीके से रिएक्ट करना है और क्या नहीं करना है. व्हाई? बिकॉज इट्स कंप्लीटली ब्लॉकेज इज देयर. So foods like your asparagus, avocado, maybe your pineapple, okay, spinach, one, which are foods which are rich in vitamin B6 and B12. It becomes very important to include in your body, okay, in your daily diets, which is there. Or maybe we can have multivitamins which are also available if we are not getting, because we all know that food that we are eating, we it's not completely and 100% organic is there. We know that from where and how, what kind of water, okay, impaired water, we can say polluted water, it's being completely irrigated. So we can switch on to the multivitamins also. Apart from that, your nuts, okay, your sunflower seeds, whether it's your almonds, whether it's your walnut, they are rich in vitamin B6 and B12. Next is basically your DHA. Now DHA is responsible for your cell membrane. When your cell membrane, आपकी, हमें पता है कि that our body is made up of from very small cells, उनके combination से जो है tissues बनता है, tissue के combination से हमारे ऑर्गन बनते हैं, ऑर्गन के कॉम्बिनेशन से ऑर्गन सिस्टम बनता है, ठीक है. तो उस सेल की रेगुलेशन की, उसकी हेल्दी मेम्ब्रेन को बनाने के लिए वी रिक्वायर व्हाट, ओमेगा 3 फैटी एसिड, ठीक है. तो दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, वेरी. अभी इतनी सारी प्रेजेंटेशन हो चुकी है, एवरीवन इज टॉकिंग अबाउट ओमेगा 3 फैटी एसिड. और वो हमें क्या मिलता है? मोस्टली सी फूड में ज्यादा मिलता है. फिश ऑयल आपका जो है वो सबसे ज्यादा उसके अंदर मिलता है, आप जो है कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं. ओके, सो वेदर इट्स योर ट्यूना, वेदर इट्स योर salmon, these are fish. आपका जो जितना भी सी फूड होता है, जनरली इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. नाउ व्हाट विल हैपन इज दैट, क्या होता है कि व्हेन हाउ दिस सेल मेम्ब्रेन वर्क्स, देखिए आप देखो, ये इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट मेम्ब्रेन. क्यों? क्या होती है, हमारी मेम्ब्रेन्स जो होती हैं, दे आर बीन कवर्ड विद द malign sheet, or we can say a malign membrane. The malign membrane is basically it act as a insulator, ठीक है. जैसे गर्मी में आप, अब सर्दियां आ गई हैं, तो what we wear warmer clothes पहनते हैं जो आपको इंसुलेशन प्रोवाइड कर सके, ठीक है. उसी तरीके से हेल्दी मेम्ब्रेन को मेंटेन करने के लिए, जिसके ऊपर प्रॉपर मलाइन शीट रहे, ठीक है, उसके लिए हमें ओमेगा 3 फैटी एसिड्स चाहिए. अब क्योंकि सेल मेम्ब्रेन क्या हो रही है, क्योंकि मलाइन शीट इज रेस्पॉन्सिबल, ये सब मेम्ब्रेन के ऊपर होता है, जो कि आपकी जो ब्रेन की नर्व्स और न्यूरॉन्स होते हैं उसको कवर करके रखती है, ठीक है. अगर वो न्यूरॉन्स और नर्व्स आपके जो है कनेक्टेड नहीं है, ऑटोमेटिकली क्या होगा, ब्रेन जो सिग्नल भेज रहा है अपनी बॉडी पार्ट्स को कि हाउ टू एक्ट, whether it's to climb up stairs, climb down the stairs, okay, whether to remove your hand from a knife, whether to remove your finger from a pin, okay, automatically when you are blinking, everything, your brain is sending signals, Okay, and if these membranes or these neurons gets impaired, automatically brain जो है वो सिग्नल नहीं भेज पा रहा है. जैसे हम बोल रहे हैं कि आई हैंड कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं हो रहा है. अब आप यू आर एमिंग टू टू थ्रो समथिंग टुवर्ड्स वन पर्सन, बट आई हैंड कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं है. आपकी आई जहां देख रही है वहां पर आपका हाथ तो फेंक ही नहीं पा रहा है उधर उस जगह पर बॉल को. तो ऑटोमेटिकली क्यों? क्योंकि ब्रेन जो सिग्नल्स भेजना चाह रहा है न्यूरॉन्स के थ्रू, वो क्या हो गए हैं, वो इम्पेयर्ड हो गए हैं. उनके आपस में कनेक्शन ही नहीं है. ठीक है, हेल्दी सेल मेम्ब्रेन ही नहीं मेंटेन हो पा रही है. तो क्या होगा, प्रॉब्लम क्या होगा कि जो है ब्रेन जो है सिग्नल नहीं भेज, ब्रेन तो सिग्नल भेज रहा है, कई बार ब्रेन सिग्नल भेजता है, बट ये न्यूरॉन्स वहां तक नहीं पहुंचा पाते हैं. अब आप क्लाइम अप करते हो स्टेयर्स, क्लाइम डाउन करते हो, ब्लिंक करते हो, ये क्यों हो रहा है सारी चीजें? मैं हाथ हिला रही हूँ ऐसे, इट्स माय ब्रेन विच इज सेंडिंग सिग्नल्स. ठीक है, टू दी योर व्हाट, टू योर आपके डिफरेंट टाइप के जो होता है, सेंट्रल नर्वस सिस्टम भी होता है आपका, एएनएस भी होता है आपका, जो आपको बॉडी को सिग्नल भेजता है. ठीक है, जो कि आपकी कोई भी आप एक्टिविटी कर पाते हो तो उसको वो रेगुलेट कर सके. तो जब वो मैसेज ही नहीं मिल पाएगा ऑर्गन को कि उसको काम क्या करना है, तो आपका क्या प्रॉब्लम आ गई कि वो एक्ट नहीं कर पाएगा. जैसे मैंने आई हैव डन पीएचडी इन ऑटिज्म. ऑटिज्म के अंदर एक वन ऑफ द कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स होती है स्टूडेंट के अंदर, सॉरी चाइल्ड के अंदर, कि दैट दे आर नॉट एबल टू रेगुलेट देयर इमोशन. ठीक है, या तो बहुत हाइपर इमोशंस होंगे या फिर बहुत लो इमोशंस होंगे, या समटाइम्स किसी बच्चे के अंदर क्या होती है, प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है कि उनको पेन का ही फीलिंग नहीं होती है. मतलब वो इतने ज्यादा पेन की फीलिंग नहीं है, चोट लग गई है, ब्लीडिंग हो रहा है, बट दर्द हो रहा है, उनको पेन की फीलिंग ही नहीं है. वो क्यों नहीं है? क्योंकि ब्रेन जो सिग्नल भेज रहा है नर्व्स को फील करने के लिए, वो फील ही नहीं हो पा रहा है उनको. ठीक है, तो उसके लिए ओमेगा 3 बिकम्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. नाउ मैंने पिछली स्लाइड में था कि सेरोटोनिन जो होता है वो हमारा ट्रिप्टोफैन के अंदर जो होता है वो से रिलीज होता है. अब ट्रिप्टोफैन क्या होता है? इट्स लाइक अ अमाइनो एसिड. आपने प्रोटीन पढ़ा होगा, हमारे प्रोटीन जो है वो बनते हैं हमारे एसेंशियल और अमाइनो एसिड से. पता है आपको जो हमारा डीएनए का स्ट्रक्चर होता है, ठीक है, वो भी जो है वो हमारे अमाइनो एसिड से ही बना होता है, एसेंशियल अमाइनो एसिड. अगर आप वो लैडर लाइक स्ट्रक्चर देखेंगे तो उनके ऊपर कोडिंग हुई हुई होती है. CH, सिस्टीन है, हिस्टोनिन है. ओके, दीज आर व्हाट. Just hold on, I'll just take a glass of water. Dr. Neetu, I'm just switching off camera for 1 minute. Yes, so sorry. So what is there that these are being, the ladder like structure होता है, it is being DNA, the DNA has been coding. और वो कोडिंग क्या होती है? जो जेनेटिक हमारी एबनॉर्मैलिटीज होती हैं, जैसे आपका डाउन सिंड्रोम हो गया है, ठीक है, या फिनाइलकीटोनुरिया हो गया है. दीज आर सर्टेन जेनेटिक और क्रोमोजोनल एबनॉर्मैलिटीज. ठीक है, क्रोमोजोन तो आपके एक्स और वाई हो गए हैं, बट जेनेटिक्स में क्या होता है, जब ये डीएनए कोडिंग्स जो आपकी हैं, ठीक है, ये इम्पेयर्ड कनेक्टेड होती हैं. वो जो लैडर होता है आपका, वो क्या होता है, जैसे सिस्टीन के साथ में कोडेड हिस्टोनिन ही होगा, बट सिस्टीन के साथ में हिस्टोनिन कोड नहीं हो रहा है. लेट्स से टेक एन एग्जांपल. ठीक है, तो क्या हो गया, वो इम्पेयर्ड कोडिंग होगी. और जब एक बार इम्पेयर्ड कोडिंग होती है तो लैडर के अंदर वो इम्पेयर्ड कोडिंग चलती जाती है, जिसकी वजह से क्या होता है, आपको क्रोमोजोनल ये जीन रिलेटेड एबनॉर्मैलिटीज हो जाती हैं. ठीक है, तो फूड्स दैट आर रिच इन अमाइनो एसिड, ओके, और योर प्रोटीन रिच फूड इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर योर इंक्रीज इन द सेरोटोनिन लेवल्स. तो आपका ट्रिप्टोफैन जो डिराइव, जिससे कि सेरोटोनिन डिराइव होता है, तो इट बिकम्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, क्योंकि सेरोटोनिन लेवल्स जो होते हैं वो सिंथेसाइज होते हैं हमारे ट्रिप्टोफैन के अंदर. तो अगेन, तो उसके लिए क्या इंपॉर्टेंट है, आपका विटामिन B6 इंपॉर्टेंट आ जाता है, नाइसिन इंपॉर्टेंट है, मैग्नीशियम इंपॉर्टेंट है. और वो आपको किस फूड में मिलेंगे? आपको कॉटेज चीज में मिल जाएगा, मिल्क में मिल जाएगा, ठीक है, फिश में मिल जाएगा, बनाना में मिल जाएगा, ड्राई ग्रेप्स के अंदर मिल जाएगा. इट बिकम्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. अनदर हार्मोन जो कि आपके बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, ट्रिप्टोफैन, जो उसका गुड मेंटेन लेवल्स होगा, ठीक है, दैट इज योर, मैंने मेंशन करा था, कॉर्टिसोल्स लेवल. ठीक है, हमारे चाहे वो फिजिकल स्ट्रेंथ के लिए हो, ठीक है, हमारी बॉडी को फ्लाइट और फाइट के लिए प्रिपेयर करना हो, उसके लिए कॉर्टिसोल्स होते हैं। अब heightened levels of cortisol's level, ठीक है, या फिर lower levels of cortisol's level, either of the levels is not good for body. ओके, जैसे हम बोलते हैं कि ट्रेनिंग के लिए ओवर ट्रेनिंग इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, ओवर ट्रेनिंग होगी तो बॉडी के अंदर कॉर्टिसोल्स लेवल ज्यादा बढ़ेंगे। एक एथलीट है और वो हद से ज्यादा ट्रेन कर रहे हैं अपने आप को, तो ऑटोमेटिकली कॉर्टिसोल्स लेवल ज्यादा हो जाएंगे उनकी बॉडी में, विच इज अगेन नॉट गुड फॉर द बॉडी। ठीक है, क्योंकि क्या होगा, उनका जो मसल पावर होगा प्रोबेबली, ठीक है ना, जैसे होता है ना, आप ज्यादा वर्कआउट कर लो, ज्यादा एक्सरसाइज कर लो, या आप किसी गेम में इन्वॉल्व हो, तो आपका क्या होगा, मसल की जो होती है, मसल प्रोटीन होते हैं, वो रिड्यूस होना होता है। क्यों? जब हम नॉर्मल वे में जब वर्कआउट करते हैं तो इट्स नॉट ओनली द फैट दैट गेट्स कंप्लीटली बर्न, बट आपकी मसल्स का भी ब्रेक डाउन होता है। और एक्सेसिव ट्रेनिंग से क्या होगा, कॉर्टिसोल्स लेवल्स बढ़ेंगे, जिसकी वजह से आपका मसल लॉस हो जाएगा। ठीक है, इम्यूनिटी जो है बॉडी की वो कम हो जाती है। ओके, और इंसुलिन रेजिस्टेंस वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, विच इज जो आपको एक बार इंसुलिन रेजिस्टेंस की प्रॉब्लम हो गई तो क्या होता है, मींस बॉडी की ग्लूकोज टॉलरेंस की जो पावर होती है वो कम होती जाती है, और जब ग्लूकोज टॉलरेंस की पावर कम हो जाती है ऑटोमेटिकली वो जाता है आपका कि द पर्सन इवेंचुअली बिकम्स डायबिटिक। तो इट्स देयर। देन डोपामाइन, आपने नाम बहुत सुना होगा। ठीक है, नाउ वी कॉल इट एज अ एंटी स्ट्रेस न्यूरोट्रांसमीटर। क्यों? क्योंकि ये नॉर्मली जितनी भी आपका, वेदर इट्स to maintain your healthy eating pattern, to maintain a healthy sex life, to maintain the social interaction, dopamine is very very important. Okay, ये डोपामाइन जो होता है आपके मूड को नॉर्मल करने के लिए इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। ठीक है, तो अगर लो लेवल ऑफ डोपामाइन है तो ब्रेन की इनएक्टिविटी, मींस जो आपको हैप्पीनेस है, ओके, या फिर इरिटेबिलिटी, एंजाइटी, डिप्रेशन, इसकी प्रॉब्लम ज्यादा होती है। ठीक है, तो डोपामाइन होना बहुत बहुत जरूरी होते हैं कि वो भी इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो अगेन गुड न्यूट्रिटिव फूड इज देयर। देन कम्स योर phenylalanine and triosine. Now phenylalanine, they and triosine are basically your essential amino acids. ठीक है, और वो आपको कहाँ से मिलेंगे, ये रिस्पॉन्सिबल होते हैं फॉर योर alertness and vitality. ठीक है, आपको अलर्ट रखना, to becomes more have good presence of mind, एंटी डिप्रेसेंट, ठीक है, स्ट्रेस रिडक्शन के लिए। इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि आप जो है अपनी डाइट के अंदर जो है टोफू है, पनीर है, मींस विटामिन सी है, इट बिकम्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि आप उसको इंक्लूड करें। तो विटामिन सी जो कहाँ से मिलता है, हमारा सिट्रस फूड से मिलता है। तो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। आई एम सो सॉरी, आई हैव अ वेरी बैड कफ, तो वो थोड़ा एग्रेवेट हो गया है। ओके, देन इज योर सेलेनियम एंड मैग्नीशियम। Now again, selenium is very important to release the energy in the body. और हमें एनर्जी कहाँ से मिलती है, the food that we eat. Okay, और फूड क्या होता है, जैसे कि आपने बायोकेमिस्ट्री में पढ़ा होगा, अपनी जो आपकी एब्जॉर्प्शन एंड मेटाबॉलिज्म की जो साइकिल्स होती हैं, सो सॉरी, कि उसके एब्जॉर्प्शन क्या होता है कि फूड जो होता है ब्रेक डाउन होता है इनटू सर्टेन मैक्रो एंड माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट्स, एंड देन इट्स बीन टेकन अप बाय द ब्लड। Okay, when it's been taken up by the blood, automatically क्या होता है, वो डिफरेंट बॉडी पार्ट्स को, ऑर्गन्स को जो है वो प्रोवाइड कराता है, जिससे कि उनकी फंक्शनिंग अच्छी हो सके। और अगर ब्लड की सर्कुलेशन अच्छा नहीं होगा तो बॉडी को एनर्जी नहीं मिल पाएगी। ठीक है, तो आप फिटीक, लेथार्जिक ये ज्यादा फील करेंगे। तो आपके लिए क्या होता है, फॉर अ गुड डाइट, अब ये तो कह दो कि एनर्जी गिविंग फूड तो कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स होते हैं, but nowadays we are not talking about much of carbohydrates. Okay, we are talking about more of millets because it has got anti-diabetic properties, anti-cancerous properties, and it's good in the nutrition also. Okay, तो आपके जो healthy nuts हैं, whole grains हैं, उसके अंदर जो होती है सेलेनियम की क्वांटिटी बहुत ज्यादा होती है। Then another important aspect is your magnesium. Okay, इसको हम नाम भी कह सकते हैं एंटी स्ट्रेस मिनरल। इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। क्यों? क्योंकि जो प्रॉपर फंक्शनिंग ऑफ योर नर्व्स हैं, ओके, मसल फंक्शनिंग है, उसके लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है आपको मैग्नीशियम, बिकॉज दे आर नॉट ओनली गुड फॉर द रिलीज ऑफ एनर्जी बट ऑल्सो फॉर द स्टोरिंग ऑफ एनर्जी। बॉडी के अंदर स्टोर हमें करके रखना है। तो आपके जितने dark green leafy vegetables ho gaye hain, spinach specifically. Apart from that, your nuts, okay, that are rich in magnesium, they actually responsible for maintaining the proper levels of the energy in the nerves and in the muscle functioning. Then is your last is your folic acid. Now we all know for the mental illnesses, if you have all studied lifespan development, तो हम उसके अंदर टेराटोजेंस पढ़ते हैं. टेराटोजेंस बेसिकली एनवायरमेंटल आपके जो हेडारस कंपोनेंट्स होते हैं, ठीक है, वेदर इट्स स्मोकिंग, वेदर इट्स योर if someone is taking antidepressant medicines, any kind of not maintaining proper diet, maybe age, which can impact the prenatal development. ठीक है, तो आपने उसके अंदर पढ़ा होगा कि फॉलिक एसिड बिकम्स अ वेरी इंटीग्रल पार्ट. आपका आईसीडीएस जो है, आपका आईसीडीएस प्रोग्राम जो चलता है, वो किस पे चलता है? वो ये क्या करता है कि वो प्रॉपर रेगुलर इम्यूनाइजेशन एंड हेल्थ चार्ट तो मेंटेन करता है, तो साथ आयरन एंड फॉलिक एसिड की भी मेडिसिन को वो डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करता है. क्यों? क्योंकि इफ अ मदर इज सफरिंग फ्रॉम द लोअर लेवल्स ऑफ फॉलिक एसिड, तो वो क्या करेगा? सबसे पहले इम्पेयर्ड कॉग्निटिव एबिलिटी करेगा फीटस की. ठीक है, द चाइल्ड विच इज बीइंग डेवलप्ड इन और द ऑर्गेनिज्म विच इज गेटिंग डेवलप्ड, उसकी जो कॉग्निटिव स्किल्स है उसको इम्पेयर करेगा. ठीक है, साथ ही के साथ इट कैन ऑल्सो लीड्स टू द मिसकैरेजेस ऑल्सो. सो इफ अ मदर इज अनहेल्दी और हैव अ लोअर लेवल्स ऑफ फॉलिक एसिड, तो ऑटोमेटिकली आप देखेंगे मोस्टली प्रेग्नेंट एंड women को आयरन एंड फॉलिक एसिड की टैबलेट्स दी जाती हैं. वो इसलिए दी जाती है कि बॉडी के अंदर है, क्योंकि प्रेगनेंसी के टाइम पर बहुत ज्यादा ब्लड लॉस होता है. ठीक है, ड्यूरिंग डिलीवरी टाइम, सॉरी, डिलीवरी के टाइम पे बहुत ज्यादा ब्लड लॉस हो रहा है, तो उसके अंदर क्या होता है कि आयरन जो ब्लड के अंदर प्रेजेंट है वो बहुत ज्यादा जो है एक्सक्रीट हो जाता है. तो इसी वजह से फॉलिक एसिड को मेंटेन करना और आयरन को मेंटेन करना ड्यूरिंग प्रेगनेंसी बिकम्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. अगर मदर ही इम्पेयर्ड है, तो जो इन्फेंट है वो तो होगा ही होगा. तो फूड्स दैट विच आर रिच इन फॉलिक एसिड लाइक योर होल मील ब्रेड हो गई है, ब्रोकली हो गई है, ठीक है, डार्क ग्रीन कैबेज हो गई है, पीनट्स है, एग्स हैं, एग योग है, दे आर very much is rich in folic acid. And apart from that, one very important aspect of maintaining a good psychological health is you doing exercises. आप किसी भी डॉक्टर के पास चले जाएं, आज हर कोई डॉक्टर जो है वो रिकमेंड करता है to have a at least 40 to 45 minutes of maybe a walk, okay, brisk walking. Why? Because ये एंडोफिन्स को जो एक हार्मोन है, दैट इज अगेन फील गुड हार्मोन जो होता है, वो हमारी बॉडी में रिलीज करता है. आप कभी भी अगर आप एक टाइम के बाद में आप वर्कआउट करना शुरू करें या वॉक शुरू करें, तो सडनली आफ्टर सम टाइम्स यू स्टार्ट फीलिंग गुड. ओके, क्यों? योर बॉडी इज हेल्दी, ओके, योर गट इज हेल्दी, यू आर गेटिंग गुड स्लीप. तो ऑटोमेटिकली जो आपकी डेली लाइफ एक्टिविटीज होती हैं, ठीक है, वो भी जो है प्रॉपर हो जाती है. इफ यू हैव अ प्रॉब्लम इन स्लीपिंग एंड यू हैव आफ्टर डूइंग अ गुड वर्कआउट व्हेन यू फील लेथार्जिक, ऑटोमेटिकली आपकी स्लीप पैटर्न अच्छी हो जाएंगे. स्लीप पैटर्न हो जाओगे तो अलर्टनेस जो है वो ज्यादा आ जाएगी. तो इसलिए आज की डेट में कोई भी प्रॉब्लम के लिए आप जाएं, वेदर इट्स योर कार्डियोवैस्कुलर प्रॉब्लम्स, वेदर इट्स योर metabolic syndromes like your diabetes or maybe your PCOS, hypothyroidism, or maybe any other thing is there, doctor is recommending to have to at least to walk for 40 to 45 minutes. Okay, why? Because it becomes very important to brain to release endorphins and to the person starts feeling good. And it's not only for the feeling good also, but other things also gets completely at a maybe normal rate, whether it's your sleep cycle is there, whether whether you're eating good food is there, or maybe maintaining a good gut health is there. So it becomes very important. So these are the biofactors, or we can say ingredients, okay, which are responsible for maintaining a good neurotransmitters. Apart from that, these are certain, like I have just mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, that sometimes when we are stressed out, we get relief by eating sugar items. Maybe it could be chocolate. Why chocolates? Because the chocolates, and specifically now we recommend to have a dark chocolates. Why? Because it's good for your heart. Okay, it's not only in fighting the free radicals which can lead to the the development of cancer, but it also affects the mind and the body. Why? Because they are rich in antioxidants, okay, and or we can say PMA, like for example phenylethylamine, which is present in the which is present in the cocoa, and that is again responsible for maintaining the neurotransmitters, all your neurotransmitters, whether it's your dopamine is there, where your serotonin is there, oxytocin is there. So it becomes very essential part. Okay, so doctor also say that you can, even in a diabetes also, doctor can recommend that you can have a considerate amount of dark chocolate. Okay, you can have that. Apart from that, our PMSing, it's very important. Like during premenstrual syndrome is there. Okay, we during that time we eat a lot of chocolate or maybe sugar items. Why? Because with the magnesium which is present in the chocolate, it lower down the progesterone level. Okay, so it's very important. Apart from that, then we have coffee. Okay, though in certain areas, in maybe in certain aspects, we don't recommend coffee too much. Okay, maybe it leads to infertility. Some people have a problem of inflammation. Sometimes people develop gastric problems is there. Some people drink it black coffee because it helps to to keep up the heart rate, to increase the metabolism. And as some say that as soon as I'm adding milk to it, okay, it starts acting in a reverse manner. But if we see some kind of epidemiological studies or experimental studies, that they have come out that coffee drinkers, okay, they becomes more alert. Why? अगर कुछ होते हैं, आप देखेंगे gyms के अंदर वो बोलते हैं that before coming to the gym you can drink maybe a cup of a coffee. Why? Because again it's an instant booster for your heart rate, gives you that pump that you can start आपके मेटाबॉलिज्म को एक्टिवेट कर देते हैं. तो उनके जो क्या होता है, जो न्यूरोट्रांसमीटर्स हैं हमारे, उनको रिलीज जो होता है हमारे ब्लड के अंदर, क्योंकि सेंट्रल नर्वस सिस्टम को वो एक्टिवेट करते हैं. हम बोलते हैं ना रात को लंबा पड़ना है तो हम डार्क कॉफी पी लेते हैं या ब्लैक कॉफी पीते हैं तो हमारी नींद खुल जाएगी. चाय पीते हैं हम, सुबह सुबह उठ के बेड टी लेते हैं हम इंडियंस, तो हमारी नींद खुल जाती है. इट्स व्हाई? बिकॉज द सेरोटोनिन लेवल्स गेट्स इम्पैक्टेड. ओके, तो इसी वजह से जो है आपका कॉफी बिकम्स वन ऑफ द फूड दैट we eat. Apart from that, we have bananas also. Like why? Because banana is rich in vitamin 6, and I told you that vitamin B6 is responsible for maintaining the serotonin levels or the tryptophan. Okay, so it becomes, apart from that, it has got potassium also, phosphorus. So it's important that for that energy, again when you are working out, so instant after pre-workout जो होता है या समटाइम्स पोस्ट वर्कआउट मील के अंदर वो कहते हैं कि आप एक बनाना ले लो, क्योंकि बनाना गिव्स यू दैट इंस्टेंट एनर्जी. ओके, तो ब्रेन के अंदर क्या होगा, जो है एक अलर्टनेस आएगी. तो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड अगेन टू स्टोर और द एब्जॉर्प्शन ऑफ कार्बोहाइड्रेट, इट बिकम्स important to have banana. We all know that all our macronutrients and micronutrients are the precursors for each हम कहते हैं विटामिन सी के एब्जॉर्प्शन के लिए it becomes कि आयरन का होना बहुत जरूरी है, विटामिन डी एंड कैल्शियम को इनटेक बहुत जरूरी है. ओके, सेम प्रोटीन के एब्जॉर्प्शन के लिए कंसिडर्ड अमाउंट ऑफ कार्बोहाइड्रेट होना बहुत जरूरी है. तो इट बिकम्स इंपॉर्टेंट. देन यू हैव वॉलनट्स. ओके, अगेन हम कहते हैं कि ये तो ब्रेन फूड है. क्यों बोलते हैं? क्योंकि उसका स्ट्रक्चर ही जो होते हैं हमारे जो लोब्स हैं, ठीक है, वो ब्रेन लाइक अपीयरेंस है उसकी, तो इसलिए. और ओमेगा सबसे ज्यादा हमारा जो होता है वो ओमेगा, अगर फिश फूड के बाद में और उसके हम कहते हैं कि सबसे ज्यादा है, तो हम कहते हैं वॉलनट्स के अंदर है. एंड स्पेशली आपका ओमेगा 3 फैटी एसिड्स जो होते हैं वो इसके अंदर प्रेजेंट होते हैं. ठीक है, तो मल्टीपल स्टडीज हैव बीन डन विद द कॉम्बिनेशन दैट अगर एंटी डिप्रेसेंट, जैसे 2005 में हार्वर्ड मेडिकल स्टडी करी थी, तो उन्होंने बोला था कि हम नेचुरल एंटी डिप्रेसेंट की तरह ये एक्ट करता है. वी आर कंडक्टिंग, we are consuming walnuts. Okay, why? Because again it's rich in B6, vitamin B6, tryptophan, folic acids. Okay, then again ice cream instant mood lifter होता है, क्योंकि like I just mentioned that when we have anything low तो automatically एक sugar rush होती है. तो वो बहुत ज्यादा तो नहीं, but just to keep you mellow down, to have a calm feeling, so we take ice cream. Then again अब tea के अंदर then we have tea. So tea में भी we have variety of teas. Okay, something is taking black tea, having a lemon in it, like green tea. Green tea contains your L-theanine. Now L-theanine again क्या होता है? It's your brain relaxer. और brain relax क्या होता है? हम जब एंटी डिप्रेसेंट किसी को देते हैं तो हम वो क्या करते हैं? वो उस एंटी डिप्रेसेंट का काम सिर्फ एक ही होता है कि वो ब्रेन को काम डाउन कर ले, ब्रेन का जो स्ट्रेस है वो उसको रिड्यूस कर दे. ठीक है, मींस ब्रेन ओवरली एक्टिव ना हो. और जब ब्रेन ओवरली एक्टिव नहीं होगा तो ऑटोमेटिकली क्या होगा कि आपका जो है रिलैक्स रहेगा, आप स्ट्रेस में नहीं रहोगे. आप कभी भी आपका एग्जाम पास में आ रहे हैं, ओके, और कोई टफ एग्जाम है और सडनली आप देखोगे कि जैसी वो उसकी डेट पास आती जाती है आप स्ट्रेस में होने लगते हो. और अगर आप स्ट्रेस में होंगे तो क्या होगा? आपको सबसे पहली चीज क्या होगी कि नींद नहीं आएगी. ठीक है, तो उस ब्रेन को रिलैक्स करने के लिए जो आप अगर आप ग्रीन टी का कंजम्पशन करते हैं तो उसके अंदर L-theanine होता है जो कि ब्रेन को रिलैक्स करता है. तो ओवरली एक्टिव जो है आपका ब्रेन नहीं होगा, तो ऑटोमेटिकली रिड्यूस रहेगा आपका स्ट्रेस एंड एंजाइटी. एंड देन अगेन जो है कंजम्पशन है, देन इज योर ब्रेन वेव्स के फंक्शनिंग के लिए. ठीक है, आपकी ब्रेन वेव्स होती हैं जो सिग्नल्स किस फ्रीक्वेंसी पर आपकी जो ब्रेन सिग्नल्स भेज रहा है वो किस फ्रीक्वेंसी पर भेज रहा है. ठीक है, तो उसका भी वो टेंशन जो है वो रिड्यूस करती है. तो इट्स देयर. सो इन द एंड I would say that we always say, अब जैसे कि मैंने अपने PPT में बीच में बोला है कि when we are stressed out there is an instant sugar rush is there, but still we say that it's not good for the body. Okay, why? Because again if we try to maintain one thing and automatically the other thing gets disrupted. So I always say that moderate consumption is very very important. आप ये नहीं कह सकते कि I'm stressed out then you can eating. Like I still remember, if you see people in one of long time back, Adnan Sami gave he was giving one interview and he said that I was depressed so much that I was eating too much, and I was eating too much, that also leading to depression. Okay, so food becomes that escape for us, all of us. Okay, but it's not that what we are eating becomes important. People who maintain good healthy a lifestyle and eating right food, okay, for that is why the food becomes very very medicinal aspect. But if it's not, okay, then it becomes creating one problem. हो सकता है आपको उस टाइम का तो स्ट्रेस रिड्यूस हो जाए, but let's talk about the calories that we have eaten. Okay, अब उसके बाद में maybe probably we eat so much and then we are that leading to problem of diabetes, maybe cardiovascular disorders. And now the concept of functional food is also been flourishing. Okay, functional foods, ethnic foods, like one of the participant presented the food of the traditional food which was present, which are there in your Manipur state. Okay, and one of my student also talked about, she's writing a paper on the importance of Centella asiatica, जिसको हम हिंदी में ब्राह्मी बोलते हैं. और अगर आप देखोगे, अब हम तो ये जान गए, अभी तो Centella asiatica कॉस्मेटिक की फील्ड में भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट हो गया है. ठीक है, बट ब्राह्मी हम अब से नहीं बात कर रहे हैं, हम ब्राह्मी कब से बात कर रहे हैं. जैसे कि मैंने बोला कि दैट वी हैव बीन इन्फ्लुएंस्ड सो मच बाय द वेस्टर्नाइजेशन. पीपल in the outer world, they have when they adapted yoga and they followed it yoga, then we become more into yoga. abhi yoga is not this trend. abhi aisa nahi hai, Ramdev se pehle yoga ऐसा नहीं था कि योगा एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करते थे, तब भी करते थे, बट देन वी गेट इन्फ्लुएंस्ड बाय द वेस्टर्न कल्चर. ओके, सो Centella asiatica, one of the very important ethnic food, okay, which is being available, grown in the state of Manipur. Okay, it's not only good for the skin, but it's also good for the mind also. It relaxes also. आपका अश्वगंधा है, ठीक है, it relaxes your mind. आपको कोई एक नेचुरल डिप्रेसेंट नहीं लेना है या जो आपके ब्रेन को ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट ना करे. यू नीड अ गुड मूड, आपके मूड को चेंज कर दे. सो यू कैन स्विच ऑन टू अश्वगंधा, कंज्यूमिंग अश्वगंधा. उसका प्लांट भी आप घर के अंदर लगा सकते हैं. ठीक है, वो अवेलेबल होता है रेडिली, और आप उसको जो है लीजिए रात को खाने से पहले. उसकी टैबलेट आती है, आप उसको भी लीजिए चाहे. तो व्हाट विल हैपन दैट इट रिलैक्सेस द माइंड. ओके, सो these functional food और ethnic foods, okay, जो since time immemorial से अभी तक बात होती आ रही थी, बट अब उनके बारे में ज्यादा हो रहा है. अब हम ज्यादा फंक्शनल फूड के ऊपर So they becomes food. But again, I say that these things have if we talk about medicines and everything, modern medicine ki baat kare, it's a chemical treated thing, combination of multiple things. That's why I said that kitchen is our best ingredient. So what we are eating in what quantity are eating helps not only boost energy. अब हम जो है कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स की बात करते हैं, बट इफ वी आर ईटिंग इट इन अ राइट क्वांटिटी, इन अ राइट मैनर एंड राइट फॉर्म, इट becomes medicine for us. Okay, so with this I close my topic, and thank you very much, and I thank Subhati University Department of Home Science for waiting for me so long. Some kind of technical issues was there, and they have been in a constant contact with me that how they can, and they were helping me out, how to connect, and the mic problem was there. So thank you, Dr. Neetu. And
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. Our next participant is Dr. Shobna Mishra.
Yes, ma'am.
We are able to listen you, Miss Shobna Mishra, ma'am. You can start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Please share your slide.
Ma'am, slide is not connected. I think so.
Okay, ma'am, you can start your presentation without showing slide. Please continue.
Okay. Myself, Shobna Mishra, Assistant Professor at JPM PG College, now presenting you poster presentation. My topic is food fortification. जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि फूड में हम कोई भी फोर्टिफाइड करते हैं, तो फोर्टिफिकेशन का मतलब ही होता है कि आप कुछ एड ऑन कर रहे हैं अलग से, जैसे आप विटामिन या मिनरल्स को एड ऑन कर सकते हैं. तो लाइकली अगर डेफिनेशन देखी जाए तो फूड फोर्टिफिकेशन और एनरिचमेंट इज अ प्रोसेस ऑफ एडिंग माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स लाइक ट्रेस एलिमेंट्स और विटामिन्स ऑफ फूड. It can be carried out by food manufacturer or other by government as a public health policies, which aims to reduce the number of people with dietary deficiency in the population. तो जनरली हम कोई भी जनसंख्या के लिए एक ऐसा आहार बनाना जो बेसिकली सभी लोग खाते हों, उनको इनटेक करते हों और उनको सभी तरीके के न्यूट्रिएंट्स जो हैं वो प्रोवाइड हो जाएं, क्योंकि बहुत सारे आहार ऐसे होते हैं जहां पर न्यूट्रिएंट्स की कमी होती है, तो उनमें ऊपर से एड ऑन करना पड़ता है. तो बहुत सारे फोर्टिफिकेशन के टाइप्स हैं यहाँ पर, जैसे हम बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स में करते हैं, बीट में करते हैं, राइस में करते हैं, कॉर्न में करते हैं, बहुत सारे ऑयल्स भी आज प्रेजेंट हैं मार्केट में जो बहुत सारे फूड फोर्टिफिकेशन के नाम से हैं, जैसे आपके विटामिन डी एड ऑन करना है या विटामिन ए एड ऑन करना है, या बायो फोर्टिफिकेशन में बहुत सारे आ जाते हैं, जैसे जितना भी आपका अनाज है, मक्का है या आपका बीट है, फ्लावर आटा आ गया है या फिर राइस आ गए हैं, जो मिलेट्स वगैरह हैं, उन सभी में भी हम फोर्टिफिकेशन की प्रोसेस को करते हैं. नेक्स्ट आता है इसमें होम फोर्टिफिकेशन, जिसमें बेसिकली कुछ एक ड्रॉप्स के फॉर्म में उनको बना दिया जाता है कि आप किसी भी फ्रूट को बनाते समय या फूड बना रहे हैं, उसमें एक ड्रॉप को आप डाल दीजिए विटामिन डी को, तो एक अलग से एड ऑन करने की प्रक्रिया है फूड फोर्टिफिकेशन. बहुत सारी चीज़ों से हम फूड में फोर्टिफाइड करते हैं. सॉल्ट में किया जाता है, नियासिन का किया जाता है, फोलेट का किया जाता है, इसके अलावा विटामिन डी का किया जाता है. मिनरल्स बहुत सारे हैं जिनको हम ऐड ऑन करते हैं. फोर्टिफाइड जो फूड्स हैं बेसिकली ये बनाए इसलिए जाते हैं जिससे हम न्यूट्रिएंट्स की एक अच्छी रिक्वायरमेंट्स को ले सकें और बेसिकली सभी को न्यूट्रिएंट्स मिल सकें बहुत इजी वे में. इसीलिए सबसे पहले जो है फोर्टिफिकेशन सॉल्ट में किया गया, क्योंकि हर घर में जो नमक एक ऐसी चीज़ है जो हर घर में अवेलेबल होती है और सभी लोग उसका कंजम्पशन करते हैं। तो जनरली एक बहुत छोटा सा टॉपिक है मेरा, और इसी में मैंने फूड फोर्टिफिकेशन के बारे में ही आपको टाइप्स बताए। सो थैंक यू मैम। हेलो, आई एम ऑडिबल मैम?
Thank you so much.
मैम आई एम ऑडिबल?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am. Uh, Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. Our next participant is Dr. Reena Bishnoi, ma'am. Okay. Due to some technical issues, Dr. Reena Bishnoi ma'am is not able to present her presentation. Our next presenter is Dr. Shima Sharma ma'am. Dr. Shima Sharma ma'am, am I audible to you, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Welcome, ma'am. Ma'am, please start your presentation.
Yes, I'm doing. Is it audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible here.
Okay, thank you so much, the Home Science College and all the organizer team, Subhati University, and giving me the chance for this presentation. I am so happy to sharing my research paper in this seminar. And myself, Dr. Seema Sharma, I am clinical psychologist in the Department of Psychiatry, Subhati Medical College, Swami Vivekanand Subhati University. And seminar is on psychology of food. And my sub-theme is eating behavior. And my paper is on effect of eating environment on emotional intelligence. This is a qualitative study of emotional experiences in adolescence. So, in introduction, just I want to say in a minimum words that our culture always says that bhajan and bhojan we should do in a quiet or separate place, in isolated place. मीन्स अगर हम भजन और भोजन को एक ऐसे स्थान पे करते हैं जहां हमें कोई भी सेंसेस लाइक विजुअलाइजेशन और कोई किसी तरह की आवाज नहीं सुनाई देती है, तो वो शायद हमारे इमोशंस पे एक अच्छा इम्पैक्ट डाल सकती है। तो ये सारी चीजें मेरे इंट्रोडक्शन में। और एडोलेसेंस को हमने क्यों लिया इस स्टडी में, बिकॉज एडोलेसेंस एज पर द WHO इज द एज ऑफ 10 ईयर टू 19 ईयर, that is between the childhood and adulthood. So this is very crucial age where we have to work on the development of the personality of the child. So both are interconnected, the food environment, food habits, and the age of adolescence. So this is my introduction and my review of literature on behalf of I selected this topic. Lots of work has been done on that, and I'm going in my hypothesis, that is there is effect of eating environment, that is positive or negative, on emotional intelligence of adolescents. Or null hypothesis is there is no effect of eating environment, that is positive or negative, on emotional intelligence of adolescents. The aim of the study is to study the effect of eating environment on emotional intelligence of adolescents. So material and methods, the study design is qualitative research design. The study population is adolescents, the age of 10 to 19 years as per WHO. The sample size, I selected only 30 participants, that is group A is 15 and another group is B 15. The place of study is hospital, that is our hospital including some other clinic also. And the another group was taken from the ashram, that is from Uttarakhand. So I am used to visited in that ashram, so I took these students from their side. My inclusion and exclusion criteria is the age between 10 to 19 years of my participants, and group A students who are staying with their parents, not in hostels, and group B is students staying at ashram and who have given the consent for the study. And the exclusion criteria was who has already having the history of any medical or psychiatric illness. So methodology, use three things: personal information pro forma, brief case study just to find out any medical or any other illness in past time, and the detailed interview that was regarding emotional experiences which lead the emotional intelligence of the person. And what was the procedure? A group parents visited to the hospital or the clinic, consultation regarding behavioral issues in the students or their children, then conducted detailed interview with them. And the group B, I personally visited to the ashrama because I am used to go in that ashrama from a long time. So I thought what could be the difference in both the participants, just I compared with that, and I had the individual with them. And that was the random sample, purposeful sample, which I have collected 15 from every group. And I feel the other factors also can be there, but personally I feel effect of environment, mental factors, that is 5 factors I have taken. First one is discipline. Second one is audio and visual when we are eating the food. Third is gestures and postures of the child. And fourth is availability of food items, and fifth is gadgets and social media. If I go for first one, so I have seen the difference between both the child. Like in ashrama, there you can see the pictures, they are having their yoga prayers, evening prayer, morning prayer, and especially they are having the specific timings of the food, lunch, breakfast and dinner, specific timing for sleeping, specific timing for everything. So discipline is more than at the home. Second point was audio and visuals. In ashrama, I found they are having the limited things to see, limited things to listen, because only the mantras and some shastras they are having to read or see and practice. But in our social culture, especially after COVID, the children having lots of exposure with social media and the internet connection, there is no routine because they were not going in school. So that was affecting to them for their emotions. And gestures also, you can see in the pictures in ashrama, you will say they are having a different postures when they are eating the food, when they are doing any prayer. But the children who are staying at home, they are almost lying on the bed on sofas and especially eating in the same postures also, not getting in discipline. And fourth one is availability of food items, that is, especially if you'll see right now, Blinkit is there, Zomato is there, lots of, I mean, online grocery and food items are available to the children. So they are capable to find out any time there is no discipline, no time for lunch and dinner. But in ashrama, they are having the specific time, specific place, and specific food items and availability of food. So that is the difference in both the population. And last one is gadget and social medias. In ashrama, they are not giving them, they are providing the phone and laptops for the good work, but not giving the free to, as other children are using their gadgets and social medias for Instagram, for Snapchats and Facebook and all. And lots of time in earlier presentation, or also I have listened many, I mean, people are saying that they are putting the pictures on social media, or maybe they are getting the pictures with ad or something. So that is also affecting in that manner. And in with these five factors, I found the conclusion that group A, the students which were staying with the parents in the social ground in society, they are having lots of psychological issues like anger issues, suicidal thoughts, overthinking, and physical problems like obesity or lack of energy. And if you allow me 2 minutes, I can say three four I mean students, or I can say the participants, I can't forget them. One is the 13-year-old boy. He was very, very, I mean, addicted to the porn site, and because of that he is having the higher anger issues and broken lots of things at home. But parents were hiding that behavior. At the same time, 11-year-old girl asking to the parents, or maybe sometimes grandfather, when he was going to leave her at school, कि दादाजी आप अपनी स्कूटी आप ले चलो क्रॉसिंग पे, रेलवे क्रॉसिंग पे, मुझे मरना है. And clearly she was saying these things. So that was the impact of all these factors which I earlier discussed, and they are having lots of issues with that. And the result with the group B, having better control over their emotions and capable to being cope up with the situation. If I say the limitation of my study, I found that in future, if I'll work continue in this way, so I should use the emotional intelligence scale to find out the results in some objective manners, because this is the subjective and qualitative research, so I can do in this way. And conclusion, our five senses lead to reactions to the environment, like what we are listening, what we are watching, what we are smelling, what we are speaking or tasting, and sometimes how the people are touching, and that affect our emotions, maybe positively or maybe negatively. With that, thank you so much for giving me this chance. If any question, kindly ask me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. Now we are going to connect our honorable speaker, Dr. Kshetriya Mayum Vedmani Devi. Ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible to you? Dr. Kshetri Mayum Vedmani. Ma'am, am I audible to you? Vedmani, ma'am? वेदमणि मैम, आप हमें सुन पा रहे हैं? Here is some technical issues. Please wait for some time. Yes, ma'am. Now you are audible.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Uh, it's so many echo. Hello.
ठीक है. Uh,
Is it okay now?
yes, ma'am. Now okay.
So,
Ma'am, I have to give your brief introduction.
okay,
Chaitanya Mayum Vedmani Devi is currently serving as an assistant professor in the Department of Home Science at PG Women's College, Dhanmanjari University, Imphal, Manipur. She holds a doctorate in physical anthropology from Central University of Manipur and a master degree in home science from B.R. Ambedkar University, Agra. Dr. Vedmani Devi specialized in the field of food and nutrition, ethnoculture, and nature studies. Her extensive knowledge and expertise have earned her recognition, including prestigious awards such as the Best of India BIZ Award 2019 and the Best Northeast Women Entrepreneurship Award 2019. She actively participates in various scientific associations and hold positions such as life member of the Indian Science Congress and Vice President of the Northeast Women Entrepreneur Association. Driven by her passion for research, Dr. Vedmani Devi has undertaken several projects focusing on socio-economics aspect, HIV/AIDS awareness, and tribes culture in Manipur. She has presented her findings at both national and international conferences showcasing her commitment to sharing knowledge and promoting academic discourse. Moreover, she has been honored with the Best Community Leadership Award in 2020, highlighting her dedication to community service. Apart from her academic pursuits, Dr. Vedmani Devi contributes to workshop, seminar, and awareness program, playing an active role in the holistic development of the community. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. Please start your presentation, ma'am.
Thank you. And thank you, Swami Vivekananda Savarthi University, for inviting me. Uh, Today, I'm going to present the topic on folk and traditional beliefs and practices associated with foods and food habits of ethnic communities of Manipur.
Slides.
नेक्स्ट स्लाइड करना है मेरे को मैं बता एक मिनट
As the theme of the today's national seminar is on psychology of food, so I'm going to present some of the foods which is work under the human psychology, along with the folk and traditional beliefs. So, when we work on the food habits, it's always determine the mental and physical health of a community, and which reflects the nature of the social and geopolitical aspects of the community. So, the interconnectivity of the traditional food habits of the ethnic communities and their cultural practices, wherein the one supplements the other, is specifically brought into focus in this study. So, in this introduction part of the paper, food habits, the source of the foods and rice and rituals is always based on the food habit, and it's determined the relationship of local communities to their natural surroundings. So the study, while interacting on the lifestyle and food habits of local communities, focuses on the cultural elements embodied in their oral traditions, folk beliefs, and traditional practices, which form the core of the numerous rites and ritual worships that the communities observe during their annual and periodic ritualistic ceremonies and festivals. So, this paper looks at existing structure of the traditional practices on foods and food habits of ethnic tribes that are embedded within their society. Next slide, please. So, to look at a glance in Manipur, Manipur has a large percentage of scheduled tribe population, being 34.4%, and however, there is a distinct division in the demographic patterns between the valley and the hill districts. The scheduled caste and scheduled tribe population account for only around 5% and 3% respectively. Out of the total population in the valley, whereas the same accounts for about 90% and 1% respectively for the hill districts. So, the population of the Manipur formed 0.24% of India in 2011. Next slide. So while looking in the population area of the state, 2/3 of the total population is concentrated in the valley, and 1/3 in the hills, which are sparsely populated. So ethnic groups inhabited in Manipur are mainly the Meitei Pangan, which is known as Manipuri Muslims, Sakpa, which is known as the scheduled caste community here, and scheduled tribes groups. There are 33 recognized scheduled tribes groups in the state. And each of the tribes has a distinct identity of language, culture, and way of life. And each of the tribe has identified by their distinctive dress and costume, and every tribe observes a number of annual and periodic ritualistic festivals, highlighted with numerous forms of folk songs, dances, and music, and these in their totality present a unique cultural mosaic that really stands out from the mainland Indian culture. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh. Mm.
क्या कर रहे हो? Ma'am,
I
please
think
continue.
I think present in my slide from here.
Ma'am, your voice is not clear.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
I think I can be able to execute from here the slide presentation.
Ma'am, your voice is not clear.
Hello.
Ma'am, please repeat. Your voice is not clear. I'm not able to understand what you are saying.
Oh. I think I can work on this slide from here.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so the population dynamics of Manipur is slide 3. Okay, now got it. So here are in this slide 4. Here are some of the registered recognized scheduled tribe lists. In this food and food habits, okay. Here in the traditional foods of the tribes, when we look into the Tarao tribe community, the Tarao tribe attaches much value to their traditional food habits and food acquiring practices. They get their foods simply from two sources. Firstly, as products from shifting cultivation, and secondly, as minor forest produce. They collect a large variety of seasonally available edible roots, leaves, fruits, tubers, and mushrooms from the forest for their daily diet throughout the year. They also grow vegetables like beans, colocasia, pumpkin, cucumber, gourd, etc. For local consumption. And on the whole, rice is accepted not only as a staple food, but as a status in comparison to corn, yam, and other tubers. So the Tarao community, they're really eating rice cooked by the steaming method. Like that in the Karam tribe community also, like other ethnic groups in Manipur, the Karam tribe community also use rice as their staple food, and meat is their delicacy. They brew country liquor, that is rice beer, and it constitutes a part of their socio-cultural life. This is particularly reflected in the observation of the several rites and rituals during the periodic and the annual ritualistic festivals, ceremonies, and other social occasions. And the preparation of this country brew rice beer for consumption in the festivals is an elaborate affair for the village community. So much so as offering of good quality drink is a sign of the dedication and wholeheartedness on the part of the host in the process of the ritual observation. And it would have bearing on the future prosperity of the householder, that with the blessings of the local governing deities, they have observed this kind of ritual things. So an offense by way of offering poor quality of rice beer can incur the rate of the deities, as for instance the protection of a poor harvest that year. They follow elaborate procedures in the preparation of food and drinks, especially for the rituals. This is in conformity with the custom of the tribe. And in the preparation of the rice beer, and in the preparation of the rice beer, also the traditional rice beer is a fermented drink common among the ethnic tribes in this state. Distillation is a later process, and initially the drink is prepared by fermenting rice, millet, or zofsteer. Normally, fermentation is done with rice. The process of fermentation is time-consuming and needs extra care. Paddy is housed in wooden mortar with pestle, with special care that the house is not removed completely. Thereafter, the rice is collected and cooked into a desired limit. The cooked rice is transferred to an earthen vessel that the karam called as yubel, which is then covered tightly with layers of plantain leaves. The pot is now kept near the heart of the steel for steady heating about a week for proper fermentation. The best drinks are from those pots fermented for long periods. So in ritual worship, this rice beer is first offered to the deities. For the Karam tribe community, Pathan is the supreme being. They also worship a local governing deity known as Khobiek. Ritual offerings are performed to appease the evil spirits, so that they do not bring disaster or ill tidings for the village community. Usually, such offerings of rice beer is done by the Yupanba, who is a member of the village council designated for all matters related with selection, arrangement, and offering or use of the traditional drinks during their periodic and annual ritualistic festivals, ceremonies, and other important social occasions. And when offering of rice beer to the gods Pathen and Khobiek, the person shall offer it to the right side with the right hand. While offering the rice beer to the evil spirits, the offering is done with the left hand towards the left side. The drinks can then be consumed by the villagers after the act of this ritual. So the first serve of rice beer is done following certain rituals and formalities. The Qatar village council members would gather at the chef's house, and they will sit in a circle, either at the porch or the courtyard, with the jewel of rice beer placed in the middle of the village. Several bamboo pipes are placed in the yubel with different markings to identify the drinking pipes. The pipe for the sieve is marked with colored thread to distinguish it from the rest. When the village council had assembled the ritual of offering rice beer to the right side of the supreme being and to the left side for the evil spirits is performed, the Kokhalakpa village chief, Kokhalakpa, initiates the ritual with a symbolic sip from the yubel, the pot of rice beer, using his drinking pipe. After him, the others would follow in turn in their hierarchy in the kata, such as the Lublakpa group administrator, Yublakpa, the administrator of wine, Pakhat Kalakpa, the administrator of married persons, the Nangalakpa, the administrator of youth, etc. The Changroi, one who assists the council member, serves the elders by pouring in water continuously to fill the well and in helping with arrangement of the drinking pipes. When the council elders had completed their turns, the other villagers can then commence drinking from the other wells. The festivity then begins in earnest. There are so many custom partaking in this community. So to look into the beliefs and food taboo for the Tarao tribe community, the food habits of the Tarao tribe are influenced by traditional belief system and customs. According to our Tarao popular belief, pregnant women are discouraged from plucking fruits or the vegetables that are grown on the roof of the house. It is believed that if they eat these fruits or vegetables, they may remain barren. Interestingly enough, it is believed that if pregnant women eat mud, the child born will be healthy. So, like this, Karam also believe the soul of the animals. The soul of the animals sacrificed in ritual worships continue to live after their death. For this reason, animals are sacrificed on the occasion of a person's death. The meat is consumed by all who attend the death ritual. A lot of food stuff is also buried along with the corpse. Food is kept aside for a week for the deceased person. This is in consonance with the belief that the soul of the deceased person lives on with his family after his death. He continues to live on, and the animals sacrifice shall keep him company in his other world. So there are folk beliefs associated with the offerings of animals and consumptions of the sacrifice meat to seek the welfare of the individual family or of the village community as a whole. So, as for instance, in the ritual worship of the local governing deity to thwart of impending disaster or an epidemic, usually a dog is sacrificed to appease the deity. On such occasion, the cooked meat of the dog is consumed at the pantong, means the village entrance gate. It is believed that since the sacrifice is made to appease the deity to ward off disaster, consumption of dog meat inside the village could bring in misfortune to the village community. So the members of the Zazi and Safu clans of the Kharam tribe community, they believe that if they kill or eat the meat of the hornbill or cut the banyan tree on which the bird roosts, they will become blind and would have the toothaches, etc. These are some kind of the beliefs and taboos in relation to the food. And based on the food faiths, use of the rice beer is a must in the tribal community in Manipur, and some of the beliefs associated with food habits in the tribal community in Manipur states, there are some taboos, which is also social phenomenon and part of life in the tribal society. So the Kharams, they observe several taboos, those beliefs associated with their food habits. Some of the clans in the Kharam social family observe taboo strictly, as a consumption of certain food items, like for the women to kill any wild four-legged animal, it is taboo. And for the Shaizal clans of the Kharam tribe community, they do not eat the white pumpkin. Neither do they eat the meat of the tiger or of any animal belonging to the cat species. It is taboo to eat the meat of these cat families, since they are considered to their friends. And it is also taboo for the Rangla clan to cut, eat, or remove gourd plants and its fruits, since they believe these plants are associated with the goddess of paddy. So it is also taboo for the clan that to eat the meat of wild pigeons brings misfortune to the community, to the village. So likewise, for the Zese and Saifu clans, it is also taboo to slay or eat the meat of the hornbill ranki, as hornbills are considered to be their friends. Likewise, the Marem and Silon clans of this tribal community, on the other hand, abstain from killing snakes or to eat its meat. They consider the snake as their god. It is also taboo for the Mariam clan to kill or eat the meat of the wild pigeons. So some of the rituals associated in food habit in this tribal community. To look on the Kharam tribe community, they always perform a number of rites and rituals on different occasions, such as herald the coming of the agricultural season, or the first beating of the village drum, or the death of an individual. So a few of the rites and rituals are performed with particular reference to their food habit. So first, in the Khong in Ringtain, the festival, the Kata group observe this ritual to sanctify the village drums before they use in the coming seasonal year. And in the ritual process, a pig is slain and cooked. Rice is also cooked. The prepared food is offered to the deity, invoking its pleasure. The drums are sanctified by the egg, and they can now be used in the ritual festivals and other social occasions. The food is then feasted upon by the members of the Qatar group. No leftover are taken home, as it is considered to be inauspicious. The day of this ritual sacrifice is observed as Jana, and none in the village are allowed to go out of the village and even to go to the fields to work. No woman is allowed to even to weave cloth on this specific day. And another ritual, which is known as Chamchoi Tank, is performed at the sacred Lamtol battle site by a Katem of the Saisol clan. Pig is sacrificed on the occasion. The ritual is observed to cleanse the knives, dao, or other metallic objects of use in their agricultural activity. The tail, leg, and mouth of the pig are offered to the evil spirits to appease them. The remaining parts of the pig are cut off into several pieces, and a piece is given to each of the villagers. The head and viscera are cooked and eaten by the village elders. Some pieces of the cooked food are also offered to the evil spirits. The day is observed as Jana. Another ritual, Kahangrai Mindai Doi, is performed on the occasion of burning of Zoom fields. The Ceylon Katem performs the ritual. A brown colored dog is sacrificed at the village pantong on the occasion. The neck of the dog is split and the blood is let flow to the ground as a sign of offering to the gods. The nose, ear, tail, leg, intestine, etc. are offered to the deities to appease them so that they do not harm the village folks. The rest of the meat is cooked and eaten with rice at this spot. No leftover are taken home since it is inauspicious to them. And in the ritual of Sathar Kalai, they observe to seek the blessings of the goddess of paddy, like I have mentioned before also. And the paddy is hugs and cool. He hangs out the ear of the sacrifice animal of the paddy on the threshold. Then they perform sign reading by strangulating the cock to learn whether he would have a good harvest that season or not. So the cock is cooked. The householder prepares a bundle of rice and cooked liver of the cock and keeps the bundle near the This is in offering to the local governing deity and a prayer to protect the granary till the new paddy is stored. So the cooked meat is then eaten by the family. The village elders are invited to partake food and drinks. In another ritual, Salam Katha, this ritual involves the offering of pieces of the sacrificial animal, such as a pig, to the evil spirits to seek welfare of the individual family. So, like this, another ritual, Saratha Kakwe, is celebrated during the month of March to seek the blessings of the goddess of paddy, Sapi, for a good harvest in the ensuing agricultural season. The main ritual is performed at the residence of the Kokalapa, where an animal is sacrificed to appease the goddess. Like this, in Hong Sadel is also a ritual associated with the feast of merit for the construction of a special type of house owned by privileged persons in the village. The ritual worship is usually performed by the Lapi and Lapu groups. A pig, a red cock, and 2 eggs are the ingredients of the worship. The pig is slain and its spleen is examined to reach signs. The cock is strangulated and its dying legs are observed to reach signs. The 2 eggs are also observed to reach signs. The eggs are buried and unearthed on the following day to observe signs. If the yolk of the eggs are black, it is taken as a bad sign. The meat of the pig and the cock sacrificed on the occasion are cooked and eaten by the persons attending the ritual worship. During the construction of the house, at least 3 buffaloes and 3 pigs are killed, and the entire village is feasted for consecutive 5 days. Drinks are served to the villagers throughout that period. This is done for the good future of the family whose house is being constructed. The villagers spend the ritual period singing and feasting. At the completion of the feast of merit, the householder is considered as a person of status in their tribal society. These are the taboos associated with food habit, which is performed by the several clans of the tribal community. And by coming into the transition in society, the Kharam tribe has experienced changes in their tribal society during the past few decades, as is true of the other ethnic tribes in the state. With the acceptance of an alien religion and belief system, the majority of the current population has sit away from the traditional life. The most visible example of this transitional influence is seen in the manner in which believers indulge in the ritual worships, more particularly in the manner in which they consume food and drinks on the occasions. For instance, the majority of the believers are by religion and practice non-drinkers. But in actual practice, during the ritual worships, the family members and the other who attend the worship are supposed to consume the traditional drink, that is rice beer, as part of the ritual process. In some cases, it was observed that villagers had developed a habit of refraining from eating pork by virtue of their new faith. They particularly women were observed eating meat of dog in place of eating pork. And the influence of the modern ways of living and the inroad of food from outside are also made their mark in the ways of eating and food habits. It was observed in the villages. By developing food stuff brought in from outside, like the onion, the garlic, pulses, eggs, etc. And the use of cooking oil, which is generally traps different from using in traditional cooking, are bringing to be part of the everyday food preparation. So these are the transitions happening in the tribal community. And by looking into the significance of customary practices in this first century modern society, the Kharam tribe community is still adhered to their traditional life and the ways of living habits. So despite the influences of a new religion and thinking process, most of the elements of the traditional life in the Kharam society still exist in their original form and aesthetic. The belief system associated with ritual worship is intertwined with the choice of food. For instance, the belief in designed reading for future outcome in the coming seasonal year is closely associated with the choice of particular animal chosen for the sacrificial worship. So the country drink that is rice beer is a common feature of any ritual process in the Kharam tribal society. Prepared either from the pounded or fermented rice, it is assumed a significant item of the entire process, without which our celebration is considered not complete. So the rice beer is offered to the gods and the evil spirits to appease them in order to ward off disease, sickness, and misfortunes. So to interpret the indigenous food, the consumption of indigenous foods traditionally used by ethnic communities in Manipur has high nutritive and medicinal value, both by the content of protein and minerals and by their medicinal properties. Most of the plant-based foods consumed by ethnic people in Manipur have high nutritive value, and many of these are consumed for their medicinal value as a form of intake of medicine, often from nature. The ethnic communities in Manipur settled both in the plains and in the hill areas, have good knowledge of plants and their various parts of their nutritive value, as well as for their medicinal value. So some common plants like nomangha, peru, sitafol, like passion fruits, these are the local names, are consumed as food by the locals in treating common ailments like cold and cough, stone case, weakness, intestinal disorder, etc. So the plants and their parts are either boiled, steamed, or taken orally for treating minor ailments, often eaten as side dishes like vegetable paste, green salad, added with fermented fish, or mashed vegetable added with boiled potato and fermented fish. So the consumption of uh, raw ginger and ginger paste in the reserve worship is significant in the sense that consumption of ginger is interpreted as intaking a life-giving food. Consumption of ginger is believed to provide energy and vigor to life. And other than this, piece of raw ginger are placed in the mouth and chew while climbing up steep hill slopes. So according to the Kharam villages, this gives raw energy and strength while climbing the steep hillsides, carrying heavy loads on their backs. So on the other hand, the consumption of simple food also interprets their economic status. Home reared meat and home prepared drinks are the best options for the villagers who cannot afford lavish food for the ritual worships and other social occasions. Since money is hard to come by, villagers rear cock, pig, and buffalo in anticipation of future social occasions for the ritual worships associated with the life cycle. Mithunta is a privileged sacrificial animal, and only the wealthy villagers can afford them. A person who owns mithun or offers a mithun in ritual worship is regarded as a wealthy person in their tribal society. Now coming into the ethnological aspects of gastronomy and rice and dishes of this tribal community of Manipur. Uh, the Tarao tribe community, the Tarao food habit is very much influenced by both locally produced crops and the availability of imported food items. Their food habit is also influenced by traditional belief systems and customs. They collect a wide variety of seasonally available edible roots, leaves, fruits, tubers, etc. Throughout the year, and they grow vegetables also for consumption. Normally, the food items, since according to the seasonal supply of crops and the vegetables, their staple food is being as rye, and this may be substituted occasionally by roots, tubers, and greens. During the monsoon and the lean seasons, preserved food items like pumpkin, taro, and corn form their major diet. And sacrifice of either animal or bird and followed by a religious feast are the common feature in their festivals. In the religious feasting and the other social occasions such as marriage and that ceremony, the Tarao tribe community cook rice by the steaming method, a traditional way of cooking rice by the tribe. So according to the Tarao beliefs, pregnant women are discouraged from plucking fruits or vegetables that are grown on the terrace roof of the house. It is believed that if they eat these fruits or vegetables, they may remain barren. So these are all the beliefs and taboos associated with these tribal communities. So, in the ethnological aspects, the Tarao tribe community, they believe that bitter food stop influence in the obstruction in the milk flow. Just to overcome this the problem, they offer innermost system of the banana plant to the lactating mothers, as it helps in the milk flow of the mother. So, and lactating mothers avoid spicy food for about 5 months. They encourage to eat yambum, a local plant believed to be good for blood circulation. And another uh, popular belief is that once a very lazy girl by the name of Trimzur from the Tarao community, she ran into the forest to avoid work and she disappeared. It was believed that she was transformed into an elephant. The Katrimsa clan of the Tarao tribe community, to whom the girl belonged, thus treated the elephant as human, and they refrained from killing or eating the meat of the elephant. So, in yet another belief, there was a girl from the Tlangsa clan. This is also from the Tarao tribe community, who went into the forest holding a needle and white yarn in her hands. She disappeared inside the forest, and it was believed she was transformed into a bear, since the bear has white fur on its breast. The Tlangsa women do not eat bear meat on this belief. The Taraos are also discouraged from taking the meat of the monkey. So, after going through the anthropological approach in this study of this community, most of the activities of this society, they center on the problem of finding food. So in the conclusion, I should say the food habits derive from one cultural group to the another, and in its own evolution sets up a complex pattern of standardized behavior. As the social, economic, and demographic factors play a vital role in the variations in consumption of food and nutrients, it is necessary to verify the factors associated with the variations in pattern and nutrient education. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation. Our next participant is Dr. T. Gayatri. Am I audible to you, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you're audible.
Okay, ma'am. Please continue your presentation.
Yeah, let me just share my presentation.
Ma'am, please share your PPT. Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all the dignitaries, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to present a paper in this esteemed conference. Today, my topic is for this presentation is effect of stress on eating habits of undergraduate girls in Visakhapatnam. Objective of this study were to assess the effect of stress on female young adults, to find out the probable factors that leads to stress, and determine the awareness level of participants on emotional eating due to stress. Whether the girls are aware or not that stress is a factor for their eating. Okay. Eating is an activity, as we all know, it nourishes our body. Ma'am, am I audible? Is it clear? Eating is an activity to nourish our body, but many a times.
Yes, ma'am,
Is it
you are
audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible here.
Okay, fine. But many a times what happens is we tend to eat and overeat without feeling the hunger pangs as an act of coping mechanism for our emotional stress. Okay, and nowadays this eating mechanism has this binge eating कह लीजिए या फिर ऐसा भी कुछ बिना मतलब के खाना कह लीजिए has increased. Maybe due to there could be many factors like buying power of people has increased. Freedom, they have the freedom to choose what they want to buy, what they don't want to buy, how, when they want to buy. Okay, and also freedom, and people have started buying power and freedom that they have. Okay, and this eating behavior, stress eating behavior, has become more than ever uh, in the past. Okay, methodology for this study was to select a problem statement, to frame the research objectives, sample frame determination. Sample for my study are undergraduate girls of Visakhapatnam. Then development of questionnaire, a close-ended questionnaire was developed and data was collected. Coming to the demographic information, the age group, as I told you before, that the study is done on undergraduate girls. So age group was 17 to 19 years, where majority of participants were 19 years old, that is around 79.5%, 0.4%, followed by 18 years old. As this study was done in a done for students, so it required where the residence was hostelites or day scholar. So majority of them, 73.5%, were hostelites, sorry, extremely sorry, were day scholars, whereas only 26% were hostelites. Monthly family income, because family income also determines a lot on your purchasing behavior, and purchasing behavior for any commodity, let it be food, let it be anything else. So it was seen that 42.6% were family income less than 30,000 per month, and high family income which had more than 90,000 per month were only 13.2%. Food preferences were divided into 4 categories: vegetarian, vegetarian, non-vegetarian, and Jain. Only one participant practiced Jain food habits. Maximum were 73.5% were having non-vegetarian food habits, followed by vegetarian, who were 20.6% of participants, and vegetarian were only 4.4%, and three participants. Okay, history here and from here, the results have been discussed under various headings, ma'am. So, history of stress eating. When I inquired about since when are you stress eating, many people, majority of them said no. Said that they don't remember exactly when they started stress eating as a coping mechanism, but followed by that, 27% said that they started stress eating during their intermediate days. Like I'm from Andhra Pradesh, so here intermediate means 12th boards. So, a majority of 63% participants said that they have not seen this stress eating pattern in their family, but around 30%, 38% believe that yes, stress eating runs in their family. Oh, what kind of eating behavior they showed during stress? Okay, so in what fashion they ate during stress was 45% said that they ate less than usual. They ate less than the portion size was less than usual, but 22% said that they ate more than usual. And if we talk about the pace of eating, 10% said that they ate faster than usual, and 13.2% participants said that they ate slower than the usual speed of eating. Which type of food was consumed during stress eating? Maximum participants said that as they are girls, and girls love chocolates, so around 30% participants said that they went for they went for chocolates and chocolate related items when they felt stress. There may be many factors. First thing, they come very cheap. Second thing, as it is also scientifically proven that eating chocolates gives you some kind of sensation, some kind of calming sensation, and it also helps in release of cortisol, endorphin hormone, which is happy hormone. Okay. Another aspect was judged about their social aspect during their eating behavior, under their eating behavior heading. That is, do they feel that the appetite is increased when they are alone? So 54%, 57% said that yes, when they are not with friends, when they are alone, they feel more attracted towards food, and there seem to be more appetite. They have more appetite. And what type of food do they crave when they are stressed? This question was on the basis of taste. So obviously 41.2% shows sugary food, followed by 22% salty foods. Okay. Post eating realization. Under these questions were, did they feel bad after having a full binge eating session after a stressful period? So the answers are very interesting. Like 58% said yes, they felt bad after a stressful eating period. And how does the stress eating makes them feel? Stressful eating makes them feel. They said 20 22% said. So here the feelings I would like to enumerate, they are numb, guilty, satisfied, happy, comforted. The answer response for all these things were more or less, not very drastic variation was not there, but it was topped by the feeling of numbness. So when they ate too much during a stressful situation, they felt that they were the pain was completely numb. They did not feel the pain. Okay. Then did they realize that they had an overeating session after stress? So a majority of them, that is 52%, said that sometimes they realized, and 25% said that they did not realize that they had any painful eating session, like stressful eating session. Sorry. Do you feel bad about overeating? Then 58% said that yes, they felt bad about overeating. They felt guilty that they ate more than necessary, and they might gain weight and it may show on their body. So more than 50% of the participants said that they felt bad after unnecessary overeating. Okay. Then when asked them about did they when asked about did they compensate by eating less or fasting after a stressful after eating junk food during stress, they said 67% said no, they did not compensate in any way, and they ate their usual meals even after stress eating. Whether 32% said that yes, they compensated by skipping meals or eating less. When asked did they feel hungry even after eating stomach full of food, only 38% responded that yes, many a times they felt hungry even after a good heavy meal. Conscious effort. Under conscious effort, did they make any, after realizing that they are they are having stress eating thing, they suffer from stress eating, do they make any conscious effort to change the same? So it was asked that whether they discuss it with anyone. So 61% said that they have never discussed it with anyone. And had they made any healthy choices during the stress eating episodes? Sometimes was the answer by 47%, followed by no, which was 33.3%, 33.9%. Okay. Apart from stress eating lifestyle, apart from stress eating, other lifestyle attributes were also asked, like how many hours they sleep. So more than 50% of respondents answered 6 to 8 hours, and sleep quality was deep sleep for majority of the respondents. Okay, have you monitored the water intake during the stressful period? 25% said that they did not monitor their water intake, but 41.2% said that yes, they did monitor their water intake during stressful period. As we are dealing with, as the study dealt with young girls, so we had some question, I had some questions regarding body image also, like have they gained weight during after they joined college? So more than 50% answered that yes, they have gained weight after joining college, whereas it was very good to know that 54.7% felt very good about their body, that they loved that body. Very small percentage of respondents said that they hated their present body shape or felt disgusted. Okay, before coming to the conclusion, I would like to just a moment, ma'am. Okay, when asked to them that in which situation the girls opted for stress eating, 48.5% said that it was due to during examination, followed by 23.5% said that when they were felt left out or when they felt lonely by their friend group, peer group, or family members. So okay, so I would like to conclude this by saying that purpose of this study was to know the effect of stress of undergraduate girls. Is that mental health or emotions really affecting their food choices? It can be concluded that these young girls recognize stress eating along with difference between healthy and junk foods, along with that triggers like examination gives them a trigger, feeling left feeling left alone kind of a feeling gives them a trigger, and so what can be done? Better management of feelings and emotion by students can help them in taking better dietary decisions during stress, which can be achieved via counseling, self practices like exercise, breath work, and journaling by the students. That's from my side, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
As we come to the end of this enlightening conference, it is with great pleasure and sense of accomplishment that we gather here for the valedictory session. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed engaging discussion, insightful presentation, and fruitful interaction among esteemed participants from various fields. This conference has provided us with a platform to exchange knowledge, share innovative ideas, and explore new avenues of research. We have had the privilege to learn from distinguished experts and scholars who have generously shared their expertise and experiences. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all participant, keynote speaker, session chair, and organizing committee member who have contributed to the session to successful of this conference. Your dedication and intellectual contribution have made this event a resounding success. Thank you so much.